Uncover insights, stay decision-ready, and prepare for whatever's next. The finance, HR, and planning system for a changing world.
Native land, money, and unmarked graves on school grounds.
There is pain in that history, and we don't deny that.
Indian boarding schools on the next Reveal.
Tune in Saturday afternoon at 2 and Sunday morning at 9 here on Lakeshore Public Radio.
This week, prepare to be scared. I'm Elena C., and of course, I've got to share some spooky sounds with you this week in honor of Halloween. This week, Buddy Miller, Jim Lauderdale, the T Sisters, and more. Hope you can join me. Prepare to be scared on Folk Alley.
Tune in for 2 hours of Folk Alley, Saturday nights at 11, here on Lakeshore Public Radio, 89.1 FM.
This is Lakeshore Public Radio, 89.1 FM. Listener-supported public radio in Northwest Indiana. WLPR FM Lowell.
Give me some of that good stuff!
It's time for Lakeshore Game Night, the most comprehensive coverage of high school football in the region.
One for the money, two for the show. Get on the bus. Let's go.
Let's go, let's go, let's go.
Bring it in, bring it in.
All right, let's bring it in.
Everybody out.
On your feet. Let's go, let's go.
Lakeshore correspondents covering every stadium, on every field, for every game.
Play the game. Control the outcome.
Also, interviews and insight from Northwest Indiana sports writers and broadcasters.
Move forward, starting right now.
You better start right now.
This is Game Night on 89.1 FM. The Lakeshore, listener-supported public radio.
This is a team.
This is a team. We start becoming a team right now.
And now, the Lakeshore broadcast team.
Let's go.
Let's go right now.
Let's go right now.
All right, let's show them what we got, guys.
We have reached sectionals, and the pressure is rising here in Northwest Indiana. Win and advance, lose and go home, because this is Game Night. My name is Ben Kolodzinski, your pressure cooker of a host for the next 4 hours. I'm joined by Andrew Johnson manning switches. Later, Steve Schmidt will provide scoreboard updates. And, of course, Coach Wayne Svetnoff. Coach, my question to you is, can you handle the pressure?
Oh, heck yeah. This is a great time of the year. It's sectionals, I don't care what sports you're playing in, is always a rejuvenation for the teams, and especially in football. It's one of those where, you either win the ball game, or like you said, you go home, you get out your wrestling gear, you get out your gymnastics gear. Oh, no, wait a minute. Basketball gear, whatever it is, that's, what happens. And this is big. And anything can happen in a one-game scenario.
Oh, absolutely. It's the second season, Wayne, and we've seen over years past. A few years ago, LaPorte made a nice storming run towards the downstate. Last year, we had Michigan City, who beat Valpo in the first week and then marched a little bit downstate. So this is an opportunity for these teams to start anew and really show what they're working on here. Yeah, conference titles are nice, but you know what's nicer than a conference title? A sectional title. A regional title, a state title. That's what these players are working for.
Yeah, everybody has the same goal right now, and some teams may be a little down, didn't have the greatest seasons that they wanted, but they do have an opportunity to go and get, be successful in a sectional. And that's what the coaches are telling them right now. Forget about whether you are 9-0, Hanover Central, or 8-1, Calumet. You still have a chance to meet again. You still have a chance to rectify whatever you've done in the season and get that final victory, get that patch on your, Letterman's jacket. Right. And it's a great time of the year. And you know what? It's nice out.
Yes, it is.
There's no rain. There's no snow.
Yeah. What's going on with that?
It is beautiful outside.
I wish I could have played sectional games in this type of weather. I mean, it's, temperatures approaching 80 degrees today. It's going to be dry yet again. We've only had one adverse weather game. So this should be a very nice night for football. I would be concerned, knowing me, there might be some cramping because the last couple weeks, although it's been fairly warm, but it's only been in the the 40s and 50s. Now we're approaching 80, getting closer to kickoff time. So we'll see how that affects folks. But on the whole, you can't ask for much better weather than this.
You really can't, and there's no excuses for the wet grass or not playing on the turf or anything. It's right now. It's what you have done, what you can do these next 4 quarters, and see if you can move on, and that's the key tonight.
And speaking of the games tonight, we have the big boys, the 6As and the 5A schools have bye weeks this week. So we are starting off with our 4A action, and we've got some good ones this week.
Yeah, but let me interject here.
Sure.
You just put that up. The 6A, 5A are off this week.
Yes.
You've experienced that in the sectionals. Did they have that?
No. When I was there, there was only 5 classes, and so all these schools were kind of crammed into that dynamic. So we went right into it. We did not have that bye week, so we were pretty sore by the time the sectionals came about. But you know what? That's why we would play, and I had the opportunity. I was blessed enough to be on a good enough team to march downstate. We went to a state championship game, which we unfortunately lost. We did play in the semi-state the year following that, and we lost that game too. But when you're playing 14 weeks in a row, that gets pretty taxing on you. But so these teams that are continuing to play without that little bye week, they're going to be a little nicked up here. But you just got to put that in the back of your mind. It's time to play football.
So if you were coaching Valparaiso right now, would you like the week off, or would you say that that week gets you out of the rhythm, gets you out of sync?
There's 2 sides to that. Okay, so for me, I was the type of person that I just wanted to get out there. I have a rhythm in my, when I was an athlete, I had a rhythm. I work hard on Mondays, Tuesdays, Wednesdays. We have a lighter practice on Thursdays. We're ready to go on Fridays. Watch film on Saturdays and watch the JV game on Saturdays. Go home, watch college football, rest up on Sunday. So at this point,
then probably do your homework on Sunday too.
Of course, do my homework on Sundays. So, just like most athletes, they get themselves in kind of a rhythm, a clockwork, and they get used to this. Now, you have 2 sides to look at this. You've played all these games in a row, and teams are going to be dinged up. A week of rest will soothe your soul, so to speak. But I will say this much. The momentum and being on rhythm, to me, is more important.
Okay, so let's look at some of the games that we have.
Sure. The first game that we're going to highlight today is 4A Sectional 17. That is Lowell versus Culver Academy tonight at 6:30.
Lowell's been playing very well. All season long it's been Riley Bank. Now all of a sudden they've got another back, Thiel. I think it's Owen Thiel.
Yeah.
And he's starting to do some things. We know Lowell's line is good.
Yes.
We know Lowell's going to run the football. And I really think in this particular game, and Culver's kind of up and down this year.
Sure.
If Lowell runs the football like they can, now this is at Culver.
Right.
So that makes a difference. But if the Lowell plays their game, I think Lowell can win this.
What have we noticed, and we've said it on the television show, we've said it here on the radio show, Lowell has improved week to week to week, and their line has gotten better every single week and gotten more dominant. That is exactly what you need for a rush-happy offense such as Lowell. I mean, they have been really bringing it the last couple weeks, and I think if they continue their momentum, they're going to be able to take care of business tonight.
Our next game, and I'm going to let you do this one,
sure,
because you know this team. KV travels to New Prairie.
It's a tall order for Kankakee Valley. New Prairie is, I believe, the number 6 team in Class 4A, and the other teams that are ranked higher than New Prairie are downstate. So of the northern half of the state, Kankakee Valley is taking on pretty much the best of the 4A squads. Kankakee Valley, as we know, new head coach, had some success early, some kind of disheartening losses lately, kind of going back and forth with some of the things as their competition has increased throughout the year. I believe that when they're matching up against a team like New Prairie, whose only loss this year is to 6A Penn, 21-0 2 weeks ago. New Prairie is an excellent football team. They've got a very strong passing game, a very strong running game. They're well coached. I think it's going to be pretty difficult for Kankakee Valley to overcome the onslaught of New Prairie. Going from there, we've got our Lakeshore PBS scoreboard game of the week. We've got Westside traveling to Hobart in a game that's going to be a really fun one, a matchup of two of the best running backs in Northwest Indiana.
Yeah, and that's exciting. I'm certainly hoping for some really good highlights here. We got our best cameraman out there, and I'm telling you, Westside is for real.
Oh,
There's
yeah.
no doubt about it. Kamajay Griffith Terrell leads the area still in rushing yards and scoring on touchdowns. And he is the real deal. Now, the Hobart defense is very strong.
Sure.
They've always been
Sure.
very strong. And they've got a halfback, Trey Gibson, who is like third in the area for running. So that's going to be a good one. I really look at both teams, running the ball a lot.
Sure.
The thing Hobart has as an advantage is Noah Ehrlich, the quarterback.
Yes, he can throw the ball.
He can throw the ball, and he's got some kids that can catch the ball. So I really think that this one is going to be a good one, a good test for the Westside Cougars.
I agree. I think this game could be sneaky good. Westside has that rushing offense that is so powerful. I can't remember the young man's name, but they have an offensive lineman who is going to Minnesota next year. And if you know anything about Big Ten football, Minnesota's offensive line is one of the best in the Big Ten. So you know that he is a dominant force up there. It'll be interesting to see how Hobart's defense can counteract that. Do you overload that side? Do you throw some blitzes on that edge? You never know. But he is that combination of that offensive lineman and the Kamajay Griffin Terrell, who's running behind him. That's a huge thing. So this game could be very interesting tonight here on game night. So
you really wonder. We haven't been able to see Westside very much in highlights this year, and you wonder. I know Kamajay is a smaller back,
right?
And that offensive lineman you were talking about is a big one.
Sure, yeah.
Does he tuck himself behind that and let that?
It's hard to be tackled if you can't be seen, right? So you see that dynamic oftentimes at next level football. Even in the NFL, you see some of these smaller, they call them scatterbacks, whatever you want to call them. They get themselves lost behind these huge offensive lines, and the next thing you know, boom, they're off for 80 yards. That's what they have been doing this year, and that's why he has over 2,000 yards rushing this season so far. This game is going to be sneaky good. I have a feeling that we could have some fun with that one. All right, moving on from that one, we've got Highland at East Chicago. This is an interesting matchup. Two teams that have been kind of up and down, but Highland is starting to get their feet underneath them.
They really are. Their passing game is starting to. Steve Vanek really has come into his own the last 3 or 4 games. He's one of our players of the week this week, and if Highland can throw the ball around, they've got some linemen that can open holes.
Sure.
Pete Koulianis used to be at Hanover Central. He took over at Highland. Heck, he was one of the students at Lake Central that I knew really well, he loves smash mouth football. He runs the ball, This is Kevin Driscoll's famous saying about Koulianis. He would run the ball, and then run the ball some more.
There you go.
So it's one of those that I think that it's going to be tough for East Chicago to put the brakes on this running game.
I tend to agree with you. Well, that covers our local 4A sectionals. We're going to move on to Class 3A sectional 25. There's a game that, in fairness, I don't know much about, but I do know that one of these two teams is very tough. You've got Twin Lakes versus West Lafayette.
West Lafayette has a tremendous program. They just are dominant in that middle of the state there, and it's going to be hard for Twin Lakes to match them. I think West Lafayette has a lot of good defensive players, and it's going to be tough to score on them. I'm going to take West Lafayette there.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you. I had an opportunity a couple weeks ago to meet one of my I work on for a sports blog that covers the Purdue Boilermakers, and I met our editor at that football field, and their football complex is gorgeous, and they've had a lot of success the last few years, and they're also in a situation where they have a lot of Purdue influence. So you've got players and families that are Purdue oriented, and some players that have actually gone from West Lafayette High School to Purdue. So there's a lot of that going on there too. So it's definitely a beautiful complex, and they've really built an empire there.
How many players on this year's team that are going to D1 schools, especially Purdue?
Well, I'm not exactly an expert on West Lafayette football, so I don't know off the top of my head, but I do know that there's both of the Karloftis kids went to West Lafayette, and there's different influences in that regards. All right, we're going to move on to the Boone Grove versus Calumet game, which could be an interesting one.
Yeah, Boone Grove started out kind of had a difficult opening, but they started to get better and better, and it's because of this young man named Matt Rowland. He just does everything. He's their quarterback, but he runs the football. He throws tons of touchdowns. I like what they're doing, but they travel to Calumet, and if I'm Calumet, I got a chip on my shoulder.
Oh, yeah.
Because not only did they lose to Hanover Central at home, but they didn't even score.
Right. They lost big.
Hanover Central allowed only 28 yards the entire game on offense for Calumet. That's not Calumet.
It's not.
Calumet has an outstanding quarterback, Andrew Markham, and he's the leading passer in the area. They shut him out. T.J. Caldwell, one of the leading receivers, I think he is the leading receiver in the area, didn't catch maybe one or two passes. So, Boone Grove may have an opportunity, but I think Calumet may really have a big chip on his shoulder.
Calumet only lost one game this year. And don't get me wrong, Boone Grove, not exactly a powerhouse here. They've had a little bit of a down year after being pretty strong a few years back. I do think, I agree with you that Calumet's they're looking to prove something here week one in sectionals. All right, let's move on to Griffith and River Forest. I think this can be a fun game.
I do, too. I really think that River Forest started out 3-0. Then they ran into a couple of, they ran into Hanover Central for sure. River Forest does have talent. I like their quarterback. He's only a sophomore, and that's Aiden Silver.
Right.
And he does everything. He throws the ball. He runs the ball for them. They've got the ability to score. Right. Now, the thing is, Griffith here is starting to turn their program around a little bit. And from what I'm reading in the paper, Griffith has now got back a lot of their injured players. And it showed with last week's win for Griffith. So the momentum may be on Griffith's side, but they're going to have to be able to stop defensively this, a River Forest team with Silver and their halfbacks.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you on that. Griffith is a strong, powerful program here, and it'll be interesting to see how this one fleshes out throughout the day. Speaking of a team that you just mentioned, Hanover Central travels to Rensselaer.
I like this. I really do like this matchup. I honestly think that this may be one of Hanover Central's big tests. Kevin Driscoll's going to be there. He'll give us updates. It's at Rensselaer. And in this one, Hanover all season long has had a running clock in the second half.
Every game.
They've been dominant, okay? But I really think at this point, they're going into the Bombers' den here. Rensselaer wants to pound the ball. They want to run the ball at teams. They do throw it a little, and Rensselaer always has a pretty decent defense. They're physical. They're in a conference that is physical, that West Lafayette Conference, and they handle themselves well. Now, they lost to Lewis Cass last week.
Sure.
Cass has been a dominant program, in that conference, and that's nothing. There's nothing wrong with that. No. Rensselaer, has a little motivation on their side. I like Hanover. They have too many weapons.
Sure.
You've got this Matt Kuntz, who's an outstanding quarterback, and you've got Kyle Hazley, the rushing leader for Hanover Central. You've got Gannon Howes, who is a two-way player.
Mr. Everything, right?
Yeah, he's the interception leader for Hanover Central, and now he plays wideout. He gets a lot of passes thrown. Hanover has a lot of talent.
Sure.
This is going to be closer, than people might think.
I tend to agree with you, and here's why. I mean, will this end up being a multiple score game? Potentially. But what Rensselaer has in their favor, that rushing offense that bleeds the clock. If you can continue to keep the ball on your side or in your possession, Hanover has less of an opportunity to score. So right now we do have an on-the-field segment here with Gary Graben with Lowell and Culver. Gary, what's going on out there?
Nothing, fellas. Again, a beautiful night after a little chilliness. A beautiful night here for sectional football. Should be a great night. Weather should not be a concern.
That's always good to hear. Last week it was a little rainy, a little drizzly, and definitely not the best for football, but this week looks great.
Well, it was rainy last week, but I think the low people would tell you it is great for football because 2 years in a row, that rain has probably played a little factor in their ability to handle Andran. And you guys mentioned earlier in the opening here that Lowell last week changed it up. This was not the Riley Banks show last week.
Right.
Owen Thiel had a lot of carries, a lot of key carries. They had some special teams areas where they stepped up. But it was a huge win for Lowell last week over Andran to gain a share of the conference title. Now here with Culver tonight, Culver, after years of playing in sectionals not near us, is now in the Northwest Indiana sectional for 4A, and they have made schedule adjustments. They've played Hanover, they've played Hobart. These are schools that they have Morton this year, actually. So they've played schools here to try to get accustomed and get to know the teams here. But Lowell still presents a lot of problems here for this Culver Academy team, and it still starts with Riley Bank. I know Owen Thiel did what he did last week, but that Riley Bank, as long as he's healthy, is still going to be the main weapon you have to focus on.
It's good to have two-headed monster there for Lowell. We had mentioned earlier their offensive line has really shaped up throughout this entire season, and they've gotten better week in and week out. And this is going to be key against a very disciplined Culver team.
We don't talk a ton about injuries unless it's really a major player, but Lowell has had significant injuries on defense, lost their starting tailback. The one area of vulnerability for Lowell is in pass defense. Culver, I'm not as familiar with this year's Culver squad. In the past, they did run the spread, though, so we'll see if they're able to have any success throwing the ball against some backup cornerbacks. But again, based on everything that I've heard about Culver and what we have seen and heard about Lowell this year, Lowell still has the advantage.
Absolutely. I think this is very fortuitous for Lowell, and will be interesting to see how this game plays out. I think you got a fun one on your hands there.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a good one. And for Lowell, the draw sets up well. If they can win tonight, they would be at home next week if New Prairie beats KV. They'd host New Prairie. And so they get New Prairie back at the Inferno. which is key because traveling to New Prairie would probably be a monumental task for Lowell. So Valence is a potential game next week, which we will talk about later in the night. But for this game here, again, it's the same things we talk about. For Lowell, it's not turning the ball over. It's clock control, game control, all the things they need to do to keep Culver off balance.
Gary, looking at another game in that sectional 17, Westside at Hobart. We're going to talk to Jason Hill later in the program as he gets to the stadium. But, how do you see that matchup?
Well, they're two of the hottest teams. I mean, we know Hanover and Crown Point are undefeated, and Hanover has not even had really a glove laid on them this year. Crown Point had the Maryville game where they had to fight. But when you talk about teams finishing the year strong, Westside has won their last 7 games after losing the first 2. And I believe Hobart is 6 out of 7. So these are hot teams. I saw Hobart last week at Munster, and they played very solid, but it still seems, and we've been saying it all year, still seems like there's more ceiling for Hobart, that they need to push this offense a little more dynamic, a few more contributors. For Westside, this is a little bit of rarefied air. This is a time of year here where usually we're thinking, no, we don't even pay attention to the Westside game in the playoffs. But this game this year, Westside has a lot of confidence here. They have beaten a lot of teams, and when they took down Hammond Central pretty easily, I think in week 8, it was really the sign that this team is a new team. New coach this year, a lot of players out that weren't out the year before. If Westside can play a clean game, the turnover issue for them is paramount. If they can hang on to the ball, play clean, then those kind of chances, they have a lot of athletes on the corners, the edges that can break away. That's the way that Hobart could be in trouble. Again, we know Hobart has experience. If they play their game, they're going to win the 4 out of 7 series. But guess what? It's only one game. So we're going to see. We're going to see where it fits. Hobart's a favorite, but again, beware. I don't think anyone in that 4A sectional wanted to draw Westside.
We talk about this time of year, coaches of the year and things like that. When you look at Westside, can you remember the last time this late in the season that they were 7-2?
Well, I don't remember the record. In the mid-20 teens, they had some very competitive teams. That one year, one of the most memorable games I've ever been to was that Morton Westside game. Back maybe 2013, 2014, and that was the game among lights going out and craziness that didn't end till 10:25, but it was like a 51-45 final. That Westside team had a lot of players. They had players go on to college from that team. I don't remember what their record is. I know Andrew's usually our numbers guy. He might be able to check somewhere back 7, 8, 9, 10 years ago that they had a successful season. I don't remember if it was 7-2 successful, though, but they were a team to be reckoned with in that area. I know they made a sectional final against East Chicago also back in the day when Stacey Adams was the coach at East Chicago. But, again, the gray hair prohibits me from actually remembering when exactly that was.
All right, Gary, here's what we're going to go ahead and do. We're going to go ahead and put you on hold here, and then we're going to come back to you to go over our top 10 lists here in a bit. Does that sound good?
Okay.
All right, we're going to go ahead and do that. And we've got Kevin Driscoll with an update of Hanover versus Rensselaer. Kevin, what's going on?
Silence implies consent.
Apparently.
Graben. Yeah, that's right.
I think we might have clipped his mic there on accident.
Yeah, trust me. Gary understands, supply and demand. So Graven knows you're good for it, right? This is Kevin Driscoll. I am at the Emory Sports Complex in Rensselaer, where Hanover Central and Rensselaer will kick off the 2022 postseason. 3A Sectional 25. This is the first ever matchup between these two teams. Hanover Central, of course, they date back to 2014. They also played football for about 4 seasons between 1968 and 71. Rensselaer Central, meanwhile, has been playing football since 1898. So a little more football tradition here in the town of Rensselaer. But nonetheless, what have you done for us lately? And the Hanover Central is certainly soup du jour of late. Of course, they come in as the number 4 ranked Class 3A team in the state, according to the coaches poll. And this one should be the toughest matchup of the season for Hanover Central. They are playing a team, though, and the Week 0 scrimmage, a lot of coaches have different varying philosophies on that Week 0 IHSAA sanctioned scrimmage. Head coach Brian Parker for Hanover Central likes to play things pretty close to the vest, but these two teams played on this very field on Week 0. Coach Parker used that week to try out some things. Some players played, some others didn't. He said there was a few jobs on the line back then. But that's really what we have to go on, and I can tell you guys that there's some intriguing matchups, namely up front. Hanover Central has dominated on the line of scrimmage on both sides of the ball throughout their 9-0 start, but they're going to see an offensive and a defensive line that they have not yet faced this season. Head coach Brian Parker acknowledged that his team will be tested in the trenches this week more than they have all season. Coach Meeks' squad comes with experience and size up front, including senior offensive line Jordan Cree. He's 6'2", 245, and he carries the weight on both sides of the ball, offensively and defensively. He leads the team with 21 tackles for a loss. So Hanover Central are going to see a little beast that they have not seen yet this season.
All right, Kevin, I had a quick question for you. Do you think that Rensselaer's rushing offense has enough ability within it to milk the clock away from Hanover Central's powerful offense?
That becomes the question, and certainly that has been a game plan that a lot of teams facing Hanover have tried to do. Run the ball, keep the clock moving, take the air out of the ball, and try to keep the Hanover Central high-octane offense off the field. It's a smart game plan in theory. Problem is, you got to keep the chains moving. And as you mentioned, that really depends on Rensselaer Central's running game. Now, the good news is they do have some size and experience up front. They like to run the ball about 2 out of every 3 plays, as a matter of fact. And so that would certainly be a reason to think that that's exactly what their game plan is going to be tonight. However, here's the challenge facing them. Hanover Central's defense has yet to give up a score all season.
Right.
If you look at the first half of games through the first 9 weeks, Hanover Central is giving up less than 1 yard per carry in the first half of those first 9 games. They have not given up a single point. So certainly and by the way, they're the number 1 ranked defense, scoring defense in the entire state in all classes. So Coach Chris Meeks is certainly going to, he's seen his share of challenges. By the way, Rensselaer playing their first year in Class 3A, and this may be the only case where a team is happy to go up a class. They have not won a sectional since 2014, the year they won it all. They went to the won a state title. They keep running into, of course, Andrean in sectional championship games, where they have dropped 3 straight to the 59ers. So here we go. Rensselaer Central, of course, hosting Hanover Central. They might be happy to see a Class 3A matchup.
Kevin, one other question, and that is, Hanover, as you well know, Hanover has had the whole season just playing 1/2 before a running clock, but now they coming against a Rensselaer team whose schedule probably is double what Hanover's is experienced. Does Coach Parker think that is a possible concern?
Yeah, that's the usual question. Rest or rust, right? Well, you can look at that 2 different ways. Has your team been tested enough through 4 quarters, and what happens when they get a test and they're in the 4th quarter of a closer game? And at some point, that is going to be a concern. But you can look at it another way too. Is you have a team that hasn't been out there 4 quarters and hasn't been, taking all the bruises and incurring all of the mileage on the tires, and so they might be a little more rested and ready for a 4th quarter that another team maybe has not.
All right, Kevin, looking forward to hearing more from you. Give us a call when this game starts moving.
All right.
All right, thank you, Kevin. That was Kevin Driscoll with an update of Hanover and Rensselaer. We're going to go back and bring Gary Graben back on the line. Gary, you still there?
I am still here. 1898 for Rensselaer football. Man, Wayne, what was that team like?
Yeah, they were fantastic.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah, you caught me off guard with that one there, Gary. Well done.
Well,
well
that's okay. I heard Wayne dated one of the cheerleaders from Rensselaer in in 1898.
Yeah, she dumped me.
Well,
good move on her part, I guess. But
yeah,
get it all out of your system. Get it all out of your system.
We'll talk it out. We'll hug it out after the show's over. When we're at break, we'll get to the bottom of that. But we need to get to the bottom of the top 10 and little 5 list. What do you say, Gary?
If we have to.
I think we're going to go ahead and do that. I think it's the most wonderful time of the week, in my opinion. So.
It is.
So let's go ahead and let's kick it off with a little 5. Wayne, what you got?
All right, we're starting from the bottom. Number 5, Griffith is still there. They won last week. They're 4-5, but I think that they're starting to move a little bit. They could, go 500 if they can win today. Rensselaer is 4 at 5-4, and we just talked about them. River Forest is 6-3 at number 3. Number 2 is Knox at 6-3, and they're an interesting, program here. They could do some damage also. And then the number 1 team, the Chuck DeMoss West Central team, is 8-1 and having an outstanding year.
Not much to argue with there, Gary. What do you think?
Other than maybe Rensselaer should be a little higher. Rensselaer plays such a tough schedule. They have seen Lafayette Central Catholic. They have seen West Lafayette. And I think, again, River does not play that kind of schedule. As much as I love me some going to River Forest, I think Rensselaer probably needs a little more love there.
That's probably a fair point there. But so now we've done the little 5. Let's go with the top 10.
Number 10 entering our poll. They were in the poll earlier in the year. Now they're back. That is the Lowell Red Devils. They are 6-3. What an excellent! I was so impressed with Lowell defeating Andre, and I know they did it last year, but I just thought Lowell struggled this year more than they have in the past. And then to put it all together and put everything on Riley Bank and now Owen Thiel, I like them at number 10. Calumet, they were in the middle of the pack last week. Now are number 9. They lost to Hanover Central. And people say, well, wait a minute. They're in the middle. Now all of a sudden they're at 9. Why? Well, it's the way they lost. You've got to put up more than 28 yards in a game to win and at least score something. They're like the Bears. And then number 8, you've got the West Side Cougars, 7-2. I love what they're doing. I think that their coach has really done an excellent job with them, and they got a big one tonight against Hobart. Number 7, North Judson. Now, they lost last week also, and they lost to a good team in LaVille. It was a great game. LaVille won it at the very end, so they dropped a few, but still, they're number 7 in the big boys. Number 6 is Hobart. They're 6-3, and just like Gary, you said before, Hobart still. It just feels like Hobart has more to give. Their talent level just needs to show up and play that consistency. They can't turn the ball over against Westside because Westside's quick enough to take it home. And number 5 is Valparaiso, 6-3, and I'm still kind of, wavering on this Valpo team. Next week, is their first entry into the sectional. We'll see how they do. But Valparaiso is 6-3, and we've got them at number 5. Andrean is number 4 and 6-3. And, do you put Andrean down where Lowell is because Lowell beat them? I don't know. Was this just an anomaly for Andrean? Well, they're going to be able to show whether they can play or not here in the sectionals. Then in number 3 is Maryville. Maryville, upset by Chesterton.
Wow.
That was, seeing the talent that Maryville has, and that's taken nothing away from Chesterton. They have talent galore also. But losing that last game, boy, that had to be a wake-up call for Maryville next week. Hanover is number 2, 9-0, and my hats are off to, because I have a number of them, but my hats are off to the Wildcats there, 9-0. What a great season, but you can't live on that glory. You've got to win the sectional and move down. Everybody's looking forward to that. And then number 1, almost all season, certainly after they beat Maryville, came back from behind. The Crown Point Bulldogs 9-0. They're 6A, so they won't play until next week. But I really think that I don't know if they can win the state. They're going to have to prove it in the, regional and sectional to me. But I think that they're good enough to get to that semi-state and maybe to the Dome.
What do you think, Gary?
Well, I think Lowell, you're underselling Lowell here, Wayne. Losses to Crown Point, New Prairie, and Hobart. Those are their 3 losses. And when you have the teams ahead of them, little West Side, little Calumet, I firmly believe Lowell would beat both of them. Do you not?
No, I really do. I do agree that they could, but the problem is they don't play each other. And, West Side is on a nice run. Do you take them under Lowell because, they are 7-2? Now, yes, their schedule is not.
You got to look at strength of schedule a little bit there, too, though.
Yeah, I agree.
But all your opponents are ahead of you, so you play who you play, and let your record speak for itself. And
there is mobility here.
That's right. Go ahead.
I would be remiss if I didn't mention. Remember Week 1, Wayne, where Hanover was?
I think they were in the Little 5, number 1.
They were in the Little 5. Okay.
But then North Judson.
Some people take advice and some people don't.
North Judson was in the Little 5 forever, and look where they are.
Well,
maybe North Judson's
more about the guy making the poll than anything else.
Yeah, good point. All right, Gary.
Remember, Wayne is always right.
Wayne is always right. That's true. I see Andrew's wearing his shirt. Andrew is donning the Gary is always right shirt today. So we got something going on.
Andrew knows.
All right, Gary, we're going to let you go. If you could please give us a call back when the scores start happening.
Sounds good. And out of nowhere, I may actually have a little source tonight at the LaVille Whiting game. So maybe we'll get a little look at what
good.
is all about. So we'll see what could happen there.
All right. Thanks, Gary. We appreciate all the
you got it, folks.
updates. Thank you. All right, we're going to go from Gary Graben to Chuck DeMoss, who was at the Caston versus West Central game. This game kicked off at 6 p.m., so we're well within the gameplay. Chuck, what's going on out there?
Yeah, we're at 6-0 right now with West Central on top with 4:39 to go in the second quarter. West Central scored on their 3rd possession tonight on a 10-yard run from quarterback Connor Merlatt. The 2-point conversion failed, and that's where we stand right now. West Central 6, Caston 0.
Chuck, how did West Central, how are they moving the ball up and down the field?
They're running the ball. I think we thrown it 1 time tonight, and it was incomplete. Merlatt's ran it about 5 times. Perlowski's ran it about 6 times, and Lehman's ran it about 4 times. But, so far it's just been a running attack for West Central. They shot themselves in the foot on the first drive. They got it all the way down to the 20. 2 penalties back them up to the 50, and they were forced to punt. But other than that, they've been moving the ball decently, and so is Caston as well. But they haven't pushed it in the end zone yet.
Tell us a little bit about Caston. They're way out there. I don't know much about them. Can you tell us about Caston's team?
Well, they haven't won a game this year, so that's a dangerous team right there. And saying that, and West Central did play them early in the first game of the season. I think they beat them 28-14, something like that.
Okay.
So, we're way out here. We're just about 12 miles north of Logansport, where the school is on Highway State 25. So it's a country school, just like most of these small schools are out this way. And year in and year out, you don't know what you're going to get, but they do have a decent quarterback and a good running back. So I expect a decent game. I'm getting one so far.
Yeah, it sounds like it. So is Caston's defense stepping up right now?
Yes, they are. There's a kid named Kyle Raudebush who's all over this field tonight. He's probably got 10 tackles tonight for Caston. So, and he's ran the ball a couple times on offense. So he's playing both ways like most of these players do for both teams.
Chuck, West Central, when was the last time that they won in the sectional?
It was the year 2013, I believe. I got it written down here somewhere. Yeah, 2013, the last time they won a sectional game. They won 2 that year, lost to Winnemac in the finals.
And, their conference, did they win it outright this year?
Yes, they did. Matter of fact, they won that last week. We didn't get to talk about that much, but yeah, they went 5-0 in the conference. Won it outright. First time they've won that conference since 1998, I believe it was. And prior to that, it was 1970, and they shared it with Kankakee Valley in the Midwest Conference. Believe that or not, KV in the Midwest Conference.
So did you get to talk to your cousins out there? Were they happy?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. All but one of them.
Oh,
one on the
that's
north
right.
right side.
Yeah.
All right, Chuck. If you could, please, one more time, the score and time update.
We have 3:39 to go till half. West Central's up 6-0 on Caston Comets.
All right. Thank you, Chuck. Appreciate it. Give us a call when more action happens.
Will do, guys.
All right, that's Chuck DeMoss with an update from Caston and West Central. And we have hit it real hard here. We're 45 minutes almost into the show, and we need to take our first break on 89.1 FM, The Lakeshore.
This is Game Night on 89.1 FM, The Lakeshore, listener-supported public radio.
Danny Shapiro's novel Signal Fires is about all the characters we are in a single lifetime, and maybe beyond.
We always carry our past with us. We always carry all the selves we've ever been, like a series of Russian dolls. They're always inside of us.
I talk with the author, and all the latest news as America nears midterm elections, Saturday on Weekend Edition from NPR News.
Tune in at 7 a.m. for Weekend Edition here on Lakeshore Public Radio, 89.1 FM.
Maitri Ramakrishnan broke through on Netflix's Never Have I Ever. But for her, it's just the beginning.
My dream role is Rapunzel. Like, that is my dream role as a brown girl that has had her grandma put coconut oil in her hair since she was like a child.
Ramakrishnan's here to tell the trolls to chill because she's ready for her princess moment. On the next, It's Been a Minute from NPR.
Tune in Saturday morning at 9 and Sunday afternoon at 3 here on Lakeshore Public Radio.
There are stories featuring people already passed away, revealing secrets they could not know. On the next Snap Judgment, for our All Hallowed Eve Spook Special, one man uncovers a different type of truth. Snap Judgment proudly presents The Rememberer. Do not miss it.
Saturday at 11 and Sunday at noon here on Lakeshore Public Radio, 89.1 FM.
I'm blind in one eye. I knew this since I was a child, but I did not tell anyone till I was 12. In my defense, I thought it was normal to be able to see with just one eye. Just like you can write with your right hand, you can see with your right eye.
Join us next time for more true stories told live on the Moth Radio Hour from PRX.
Tune in Saturday at noon and Sunday at 1 here on Lakeshore Public Radio, 89.1 FM.
And now, your Game Night scoreboard update.
Happy Friday, Lakeshore Game Night. Steve Schmidt here, and it's finally playoff football time. So let's see these first-round sectional matchups. Starting off with Class 4A, Sectional 17, 6:30 kickoff here with Lowell, who is 6-3 on the season, traveling to 2-7 Culver Military Academy. Last week, Lowell upset Andrean 28-13, and Culver Military fell to Guerin Catholic 42-0. This will be the first meeting between the two schools. Couple 7 o'clock kickoffs here in Sectional 17, 4-5 Kankakee Valley on the road at 8-1. New Prairie last week, KV fell to Highland 40-34, and New Prairie took down Elkhart 35-7. Their last meeting was back in 2014, and it was all New Prairie, 67-3. The game of the week, 7-2 Westside at 6-3 Hobart. Last week, Westside defeated Indianapolis Addicts 42-0, and Hobart shut out Munster 35-0. Hobart took the last meeting. It was pretty lopsided, but we expect this one to be much closer. 3-6 Highland travels to 2-7 East Chicago Central. Last week, Highland took down Kankakee Valley 40-34, and EC Central fell to Hammond Morton 58-12. The last meeting was a close one, but Highland was victorious 24-21. Moving on here to 3A Sectional 25. These are 7 o'clock kickoffs. 3-6 Boone Grove on the road at 8-1. Calumet. Boone Grove lost to Whiting last week 17-8, and Calumet fell to Hanover 42-0. This will be the first meeting between the two schools. 4-5 Griffith on the road at 6-3 River Forest. Griffith defeated Wheeler 35-13 last week, and River Forest took down Bowman Academy 20-8. Griffith has won both meetings in the series. 9-0 Hanover Central on the road at 5-4 Rensselaer Central. Hanover Central took down Calumet 42-0 last week, and Rensselaer lost to Lewis Cass 28-14. This will also be the first meeting between the two schools. 2A Sectional 33 Whiting at LaVille. We already have some scoring in this one, as LaVille has a 7-0 lead early on. They're 9-0 on the season, and Whiting comes into this one 4-4. 6:30 kickoff here with 3-6 Wheeler at 5-4 Bremen. Wheeler lost to Griffith last week 35-15, and Bremen took down South Bend Clay 42-0. Bremen has won both meetings in the series, with their last win being in the regional in 2011, but it was a Lions victory of 35-21. 7 o'clock kickoff has 0-8 Bishop Knoll at 3-6 Lake Station. Bishop Knoll fell to South Central last week 35-12, and Lake Station was defeated by Fremont 28-12. Bishop Knoll has a 17-6 record all-time over Lake Station. 1A Sectional 41 has 3-5 Bowman Academy on the road at 2-7 South Central. Bowman Academy lost to River Forest 20-8 last week, and South Central defeated Bishop Knoll 35-12. South Central won the only meeting back in 2015, 34-28. 8-1 North Judson on the road at 6-3 South Newton. North Judson defeated Pioneer 55-8 last week, and South Newton defeated Frontier 35-6. North Judson has won both meetings in the series. Additional games we're keeping up with tonight here on the scoreboard is Twin Lakes at West Lafayette, North Newton at Culver, Triton at Pioneer, and Caston at West Central. Scoring in this one's second quarter has a score of 6-0 in favor of West Central.
All right. Great job there, Steve. And listen, before you leave, I want to congratulate you on being, undefeated this fall for fall baseball. That's a great thing. That you did a great job, and I want to present that on the air so all our listeners, can appreciate what you do here in the studio for us and on the baseball diamond.
Yeah, thanks, guys. I appreciate that. It was a fun fall season. 13-0 Midwest Rockets. Stay tuned for us in the summer because we're coming.
All right. It's not an easy thing to go undefeated. It's not an easy thing to coach America's youth. Thank you for everything you're doing here, and congratulations on a good season, Steve.
Thanks, Ben. Appreciate it.
And, that was Steve Schmidt there. He won't tell you, but for my money, he is the best scoreboard update guy in Northwest Indiana.
That's right.
But he's modest. He won't admit to that. But speaking of who is also the best, I want to say thank you to Palermo's of 63rd Street for taking care of the game night crew this evening. Palermo's is real Chicago pizza, serving the community since 1961. You can visit Palermo's of 63rd Street at 2893 East 81st Street in Maryville and Hobart, between Home Depot and PetSmart. That pizza was just dynamite. We had some fried mushrooms with it too. Just you can't beat it.
That's for sure. And we want to thank NIPSCO also. NIPSCO has been our partners for years here at the station, supporting, Scoreboard, which is on tonight at 10:30, right here on Lakeshore Public Television. Whether you have Channel 17, which is, Dish, or Comcast at Channel 56, you could see us at 10:30 tonight. Ben and I and the leader of this band, Joe Arredondo.
This band of misfits.
That's right. And it's just... it's a great show. We have highlights from the sectionals. We'll talk about the sectionals, and we'll, have some discussion of what's on tap for next week, a full schedule of high school football. So it's tonight, 10:30. So we are simulcasting that, I believe, Andrew, at 10 o'clock or 10:30 to 11.
Yes, that is correct.
Be there if you like football.
And I love football, and it's a lot of fun to do all this stuff. I have the opportunity to work with some wonderful human beings, and one person that I've worked with for the greater part of the last couple decades, and one of the Northwest Indiana media juggernauts here, and one of our favorite people here in Northwest Indiana, and for this station, Tommy Williams is joining us right now. Tommy, how are you right now?
I'm doing great, but are you making fun of my weight when you call me a juggernaut?
I can't make fun of your weight. You are slim and trim and lean and mean right now. You look great.
Well, yeah, that came because of an incident that kind of kept me off the air more than anything, because I just did not like not eating. But I find it ironic that you guys start talking about the food as soon as I walk in. But that's okay.
Well, Tommy, we're glad you're back. How are you feeling?
Feeling better. I mean, that was a scary 4 months.
Sure.
But we're here. I mean, God's been good to me, because I've heard about people having strokes and how it has negative effects on people. And it was almost like nothing ever happened.
Sure.
So we're doing cool.
So, Tommy, we haven't, we only said here to our listening audience and our viewing audience that you were having some health issues. We didn't disclose. What can you tell us about what happened and how you're recovering from it?
Well, I'm pregnant. No, I'm just kidding.
You sure don't show it.
No, it was let's just be real, because there are people out there that might know already, but it was a stroke.
Okay.
And it happened at the Railcats game. And I always said if I ever wanted to leave this planet, it would not be a bad thing to leave a Railcat game, because I love those guys so much. And I think somebody took me seriously on that. But bottom line is, we're cool now. I mean, it's like we had to exercise more, cut back on the food, especially the pizza. Excuse me. And, everything's going to be fine. So we're cool.
Well, Tommy, you look great and you sound great, and we're really glad to have you back. Wayne, what do you have for Tommy here?
I really... We've worked together for a long time on the air, on this show, Tommy. We've missed you, and it's nice to have you back. It's nice to see in your face that, you're alive, not in the sense that you've got that energy. You've always had that energy when we work together, and that's nice to see, and we're happy to have you back, and I hope everything keeps going on well, but you got to thank those doctors, buddy.
Oh, yeah.
They were the ones that said, we're going to get you well before you get back into this.
And let me tell you something. I was a load with those doctors. I mean, it was like I wanted to come back ASAP. They were smarter than I was. They said, nope, you just wait. Want to give a big thank you to Renee Connolly from the Railcats, because she really took care of me. Great people and really class individual. And Renee, I want to give you a big thank you. And to the people out there at, what is the name of that place? It's out there at, it'll hit me eventually. The memory's the first to go, by the way. But they were really kind people out there. And how they put up with me, I don't know. How you put up with me is still another thing I have to worry about. But they were really good people. Really good people.
Well, Tommy, you've got that positive mental attitude. You've got excitement. You've got a good, honest soul. And we are so happy that you were back here with us. I couldn't be more proud to be working alongside you for the last 15, 17 years, however long I've been working here with you. It's really a wonderful thing, and we're so glad you're back.
And I want to congratulate you, too, because you have really stepped your game up now. You've always been great.
Oh, thank you.
You've always had the potential.
Thank you.
And just listening to you guys, because I do listen to you guys when I was listening to you guys when I was laid up.
Sure.
And I'm like, these guys are pretty darn good. They're very good.
We have a good crew here. Working alongside Wayne is always a wonderful thing. And working alongside...
Why?
Oh, Wayne's the best. Wayne's the best.
I'm kidding, Wayne.
I've asked that, too. Why?
I'm just kidding, man. But, I got to say this, though. There's one thing that is totally... You needed to have you and Gary Graben go up against one another. I mean, it's like if you didn't have that rivalry there, you don't know what you got to do. So.
Speaking of Gary Graben, we have Gary Graben on the line with an update at Whiting versus LaVille. Gary, you were on the line with Wayne Svetnoff, Ben Kolzinski, and Tommy Williams.
Well, first of all, a rivalry implies that both sides win. and as any listener knows, that just never happened. T-Dub, it is so great to hear you, man, on the air. It was great to hear you on the morning sports this week, doing everything you do. Again, we've talked a lot over the last few months, and I know it's been a tough journey, but it is great to hear your voice. And Ben said it right, man. it's that indomitable spirit that you have that carries you through all this, man.
Man, that goes straight to God. I can't take credit for that. I mean, God has had to pull me through a whole lot of stuff, and trust me, Tommy could be a load sometimes, but he has carried me through a whole lot.
Well, I do have an update from the LaVille Whiting game. For the Andrean fans, here's the name you need to know. It's Paul DeWitt for LaVille, for the Lancers. He had 2 touchdowns in the first 4 minutes. Ooh. In the first 4 minutes, he already had 107 yards rushing.
Ooh, holy cow.
And he has now added a 3rd touchdown. The score runs of 19, 10, and 2 yards. 1 missed extra point. It is 20-0 LaVille over Whiting already in this first quarter. So Paul DeWitt is the name. We're going to hear him a lot next week against Andrean. But he is the workhorse, the bell cow here for LaVille.
So, Gary, obviously Whiting is in a world of hurt right now. I'm not so sure with the way this game is going so far that Whiting has an opportunity to get back into it.
Probably not. You know, we've talked all year that Whiting really went through a lot in this offseason. They hired a coach and lost a coach, had to hire a new coach during the summer, which puts people way behind. Coach Gendrius has done a great job with this Whiting team getting 4 or 5 wins, but this is a Herculean task when you're playing the number 2 team in the state. This is for a first-year coach trying to rebuild a program. Probably not the draw they needed. We know Whiting kids are tough, and they'll fight, they'll battle here, but this is a mismatch. And again, LaVille will be cruising here, and I don't expect to see Mr. DeWitt on the field too long tonight because they know how much they're going to need him next week.
Hey, guys, let me throw a question to each and every one of you here.
Sure.
Because obviously Andrean is a team that won state last year. We have a bunch of teams ranked in Northwest Indiana. Your opinions, and you kind of touched on it earlier, but let me throw this at you anyway. How many state championships are we going to get in this area this year?
I think there's an opportunity for Maryville to do some damage. I think there's an opportunity for Andrean to do some damage. Mm-hmm. We know that Hanover is one of our better teams, and Crown Point are some of our better teams, but they run into some juggernauts here as they march down state. And I think that a little bit out of our listening and viewing audience, but I do think that New Prairie, if they can get through their semi-state, they're going to have a good opportunity in 4A as well.
Okay, Wayne, what you got?
I think I agree with Ben. I don't agree with Gary much, but I do agree with Ben. And, I think
that says it all, by the way.
But I really think that Maryville, but they've got to right the ship. They lost last week to Chesterton.
I was about to mention that Chesterton beat them, and last time I checked, Chris Mullen was a quarterback of that football team last week.
Right, and well, he graduated, but you're right. Yeah. The last time we checked last year.
Right.
That's right. And, they've got a good one right now, Sebastian Boswell. He had two touchdown passes against Maryville last week. So Maryville's going to have to right the ship, and I'm sure Coach Cease is going to do that, And Andrean's in the same boat, I'm not sure that anyone in the area thought that Lowell would win against Andrean a second year in the row. Mm-hmm. He talked about God. He must have come down and put the water in the rain and from last week, just like he did the year before. Mm-hmm. But it was, it's a situation where those two teams are going to have to right their ships this next week and this week and next week.
How about Hanover Central?
I would love to see Hanover Central go down and do this, but they run into West Lafayette down the road.
Yep.
They run into a couple of really good schools down in the semi-state that could win. It's not out of the realm of possibility whatsoever. They catch fire, and and I don't know how much more fire they can catch.
They're blazing.
You have a running clock all year in the second half, but. I think that they're a dark horse, but they could win also.
Gary, what do you think?
North Judson is another team that the only team I think that could stop North Judson in the northern half of the state is Adams Central. I think they have a great shot to make the Dome. what you guys are just talking about with Hanover, the situation being they have West Lafayette. They're going to get West Lafayette, though, here if all things go as planned. The other team in the north that's a powerhouse is Norwell. They're also known as a baseball powerhouse, where there are certainly some pro baseball players who played at Norwell. But so, again, there are two teams that might be a nudge better than Hanover in the north, and that we don't know where that game would fall. If somehow Hanover could get these games here at home, huge advantage. You know, it's a small rocking stadium there at Hanover. I don't even know. They're going to have to find a way for extra seating for West Lafayette.
Right.
But so I think they have a tough task, just like Crown Point has a tough task. Even though they're at 9-0, they should win their sectional. But even in the regional, they may be favored. But that semi-state game is going to be against one of the Godzillas of Indianapolis.
So the over-under for all three of you guys, we got 6 teams running for state. What's the over-under for number of teams that are going to make it to Naptown?
If they're going to make it to Naptown, I'm going to say 2.
Yeah, I'll agree. I can't believe it, but I'll agree.
Boy, you know, Wayne, where's the backbone, man? You're weak.
I'm going to go with the under on that. I for whatever reason, as Northern Indiana teams travel south, they get picked off one by one. So if the over under was 1.5. I would say 1. I don't think we're going to get 2, but you know what? That's why we go out there and we play the games. So speaking of the game, Gary, one more time, what is the time and score update for Whiting and LaVille?
It is 20-0 LaVille over Whiting as we near the end of the first quarter.
All right, Gary, looking forward to hearing more from you.
We'll see you guys.
All righty. We're going to go ahead and take a quick break on 89.1 FM, The Lakeshore.
This is Game Night on 89.1 FM, The Lakeshore, listener-supported public radio.
Red Cloud Indian School is reckoning with its past.
There is pain in that history, and we don't deny that.
But some of that history is hidden in archives controlled by the Catholic Church.
We don't make those agreements publicly accessible. Those are internal documents.
Part 2 of Buried Secrets, America's Indian Boarding Schools, on the next Reveal.
Tune in Saturday afternoon at 2 and Sunday morning at 9 here on Lakeshore Public Radio.
On the next Radio Lab, 2 mysteries. One in the water.
It's like a Tom Clancy international underwater spy thriller.
And the other of the water.
In the blink of an eye,
the lake snaps them shut.
It just freezes.
Suddenly turns to ice.
That's on the next Radio Lab.
Oh, scary.
Tune in Saturday afternoon at 1 and Sunday afternoon at 2 here on Lakeshore Public Radio.
As the UK was looking to turn a new leaf, a British tabloid live-streamed a head of lettuce against Prime Minister Liz Truss to see which would last longer.
The good thing about Britain is we like to laugh at our problems, and that is where the lettuce came in.
And the lettuce won. A conversation with the creator of this little gem on the next All Things Considered from NPR News.
Tune in at 4 p.m. for Weekend All Things Considered here on Lakeshore Public Radio.
Hi, this is Sheila from Helsingborg, Sweden, and I listen to Bullseye because they're less like interviews and more like great conversations.
I'm Jesse Thorne. This week, Steve-O, the bonkers stunt performer from movies and MTV, has a new memoir, plus Lil Mike and Funny Bone from Reservation Dogs. That's on the next Bullseye from MaximumFun.org and NPR.
Tune in Saturday night at 6 here on Lakeshore Public Radio, 89.1 FM.
This is listener-supported public radio in Northwest Indiana. 89.1 FM, Lakeshore Public Radio. WLPR FM, Lowell.
This is Game Night on 89.1 FM, The Lakeshore, listener-supported public radio. And now, the Game Night broadcast team.
Ben Kolazinski back with Wayne Svetnoff, and the action is just starting to kick off here in Northwest Indiana, but last week we had a lot of great action, and for me, the offensive players of the week, we have a handful of them, but the number one, the first one we're going to mention for me, is the MVP of Northwest Indiana. We've got J.J. Johnson at Crown Point.
And I kind of agree. I like the way J.J. has been our offensive player week in and week out just because of his performances. Last week he had 5 touchdowns plus one of them was 5 touchdowns plus a passing touchdown, and he had a receiving touchdown.
Right.
So, in that 5. So, that's just outstanding. He had 110 yards total versus Michigan City.
Just a dynamic player, a quarterback getting a receiving touchdown. He's everywhere. He's everywhere all over the field, and he's an excellent player for the Crown Point Bulldogs. We've got another one here, another one of my favorite players in Northwest Indiana. We've got Trey Gibson with Hobart.
Trey is the 3rd leading rusher in the area. He had 4 touchdowns last week, 194 yards versus Munster, and he's gotten better and better as the offensive line has gotten better and better for Hobart.
Right.
And he is just one outstanding back. He's going to play somewhere good next year.
Yeah, I see he actually got an offer from Indiana State just the other day. So good. So good for him. That's an excellent opportunity for him, and I know that he's been getting recruited by some other schools as well. So congratulations for Trey, and hopefully his career will continue here in Northwest Indiana. Someone that we have already mentioned today, and we're going to continue to go over, is Kyle Hazley from Hanover Central.
Yep, 4 touchdowns last week, 152 yards. He's the leading rusher for Hanover High School, and that's a great honor. And that was against Calumet, who we felt coming into the game had a very good defense.
Right.
As a matter of fact, they did have.
Oh, you're not open there.
Oh, okay.
There you go.
That's the best I've ever sounded. But from what I heard, he set a school record.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, he was like
rushing.
really, and that was at Calumet.
Yes.
In a game that people thought was going to be a lot tighter than it was.
I thought so.
Yeah, and it turned out that Calumet did not have enough to stop this kid.
No.
Yeah.
Not at all.
Yeah, Hanover Central's been really dynamic this entire year. So
yeah.
So they've been, in fact, the most impressive team in Northwest Indiana, just X's and O's numbers wise.
Can I ask you guys a question?
Yeah. Sure.
Because to me, it comes down to 2 guys from the limited time I've had a chance to watch high school football. 2 guys would have to qualify as Coach of the Year. One is at Hanover Central, the other is at Calumet. Many people did not think that Hanover Central was going to be a winning football team, or at least as good as they've turned out to be. We thought Crown Point would be better, but oh my goodness, they really, truly got good. Did I say got good? Anyway, I got to stop taking that medicine before I go on the air. Anyway, who's Coach of the Year?
For me, it's Craig Bazia at Crown Point.
Yeah, I have to agree. No, I don't.
Nope.
No,
You don't-
I think that it could be a close call, and I'm going to wait for the sectional. Because remember, Tommy, you always told me, you got to have a Coach of the Year before the sectional start.
That's what baseball does.
Yeah, and I think I have to wait because, yes, Coach Bazia has done a tremendous job. What a resurrection of a Crown Point team and his program. But undefeated also is certainly Hanover Central's Coach Parker.
Mm-hmm.
He lost a large number of players, and yet he still had a undefeated season.
All right, we're going to take a pause on the offensive players of the week. We're going to go to Gary Graben, who's got a slew of updates for us. He's got his Superman cape on, covering multiple games at once. Gary, what do you got for us?
First out to LaVille. It is 34-0 LaVille, still in the first quarter.
Oh, gee.
So that game is on ice already. 2 different players scored, but we don't have to get into all that right now. Lowell at Culver, the opening drive, started on the 20 for Culver, and they really diced this Lowell defense up with a lot of screen passes, quick passes. One unsportsmanlike actually helped the cause on a late hit, but missed tackles for Lowell, and less than 2 minutes later, Culver Academy was in the end zone. It was Kyle Egebrotten, a 6'2", 210-pound junior running back. The extra point is good, and quickly it is Culver Academy 7, Lowell nothing.
Whoa.
So this game is at Culver Academy, right?
It is.
So I'm curious if the drive from South Lake County all over to Culver is maybe having Lowell sleepwalk at this point.
Yeah, although it's not like they drove 3 hours.
That's true.
This is it's kind of almost straight across from Lowell on the back roads. Might have been a bumpy road with the school buses, but time-wise, it probably shouldn't be. As a matter of fact, an inside source told me that there was a little, I don't want to say controversy about what time this game would start. That because it's two different time zones, usually that would be a 6:30 time zone, and somehow it was 7, but that wasn't what Culver wanted. I mean, I don't even know all the details, but there was a little angst about even the starting game time here. So the game should have started a half an hour ago, but nonetheless, Culver comes out firing here a little bit and gets an early 7-0 lead.
Very interesting, Gary. If you can talk to some of your sources and your people who know other people and figure out what the deal is with that'd be an interesting thing for us to go over here on air. So other than that, we've got Whiting and LaVille. That game is sideways immediately. So it'll be interesting to see, in fairness, how much LaVille scores on Whiting. But it seems like that game's pretty one-sided.
Again, as we talked about, the fact that Andrean has a bye, you would think LaVille's going to want to get their starters out, keep them safe, crisp, and ready for next week when Andrean has a long bus ride out to Lakeland.
Yeah, that is, with the 34-0 score, needing only 1 point for LaVille to have a running clock in the first quarter, right. I agree that LaVille might try to get their starters out as soon as they can.
You would think, again, everybody knows, again, whether we want to accept it or not, everybody knows what game is the game of that sectional and possibly really the game that's going to set up a chance for who's going to be in the dome out of that game next week.
Very well could be. Well, all right, Gary, we appreciate your updates. We're looking forward to hearing more from you. One more time, the update for Lowell at Culver.
Again, opening drive for Culver, march down the field 80 yards in less than 2 minutes, 7-0 Culver Academy over Lowell.
All right, thanks, Gary.
4 to go.
Appreciate it. Looking forward to hearing more from you as the day goes on.
You got it.
All right, thank you. That was Gary Graven with some updates for us. Interesting dynamic here early. Culver Academy comes down a little bit strong. We will see if that continues. But speaking of Lowell, another one of our offensive players of the week was Riley Bank from Lowell last week.
Yeah, and Riley had 3 touchdowns versus Andrean and Lowell's upset of Andrean. And, as we talked about all year long, Riley Bank is a guy that you will go to war with.
Right.
You want him on your team. He may not be really, really flashy.
Nope.
He doesn't throw the ball like a J.J. Johnson, but boy, oh boy, as a team leader and a person that you can climb on his back and he will lead you, this young man is an outstanding athlete.
Can we go backwards real quick?
Sure.
Who did they beat last week again?
Andrean.
That's enough for the resume right there.
Right, yeah. No kidding. No kidding. I've always said Riley Bank is a football player's football player.
Right.
And he's been doing it for years down there in Lowell, and I'm going to be sad to see him graduate, but he's going to be moving on to bigger and better things in football, but good for him. He's really earned his accolades this year. We've got one more here on the Offensive Players of the Week. We've got Blake Vanek with Highland.
He's really come on. We talked about him. Last week he had 3 touchdown passes, 165 yards versus Kankakee Valley. And again, Kankakee Valley, their offense may not be up to where Coach Kennedy wants, but they play good defense.
Sure.
And to get 165 yards and 3 TDs, that bodes well for Highland in the sectional.
Absolutely. It's very interesting to see some of these players that weren't getting as much publicity and press earlier in the season to really turn it on late in the year.
Well, let me ask both you guys a question. How important is it to have maybe a player you didn't expect to have a big game for you going into the tournament?
you always want to take production from anywhere you can get it. It doesn't always have to be the stars. It can be a role player, a bench player, a backup. It can be anyone. As long as you're getting the job done, that's exactly what you're looking for.
Yeah, you are. And as a coach, I really think that as a coach, you get excited about a player that has been good but not great, and then all of a sudden he steps up in a sectional first game,
right?
And now all of a sudden he starts to produce more. That just makes you feel good, that this young man has learned, he has matured, and kind of taken over. Coach, Kulianis has to be just thrilled with Vanek.
Absolutely, and I'd love to see kids come into their own. And very interesting thing to see how these players are just growing and growing and growing and improving. Speaking of teams that are improving and growing, we've got Kevin Driscoll with an update of Hanover Central versus Rensselaer. Kevin, what's going on out there?
Well, first of all, Tommy Williams, it is so good to hear your voice again.
What's up, man?
Back, my friend.
Good seeing you too, man. Or hearing from you.
Not just here on Friday nights, but in the morning show too. It's 7:43, 6:43. Never sounded better with you back on it.
Man, I thought that was the score you were about to give us.
I'm sorry.
I said if they run up somebody again today. Oh, okay, but go ahead, buddy.
Here we go. 1:43 to go. First quarter. Hanover Central leads Rensselaer 7-0 here from the Emory Harrison Athletic Complex at Rensselaer Central High School. Rensselaer won the toss. They deferred. Hanover Central got the ball to start the game, and they were on the move, advanced to the Rensselaer 37-yard line before Corbin Matthew got the interception for the Bombers on a tipped pass. Corbin Matthews also, the Bomber quarterback. Rensselaer got the ball, got a first down, went 15 yards, but the drive stalled, and they punted, and Hanover Central took over at their own 27, where they began marching on a 10-play, 73-yard march. It took 4:20 off the clock, and they scored at the 2:04 mark thanks to a Matt Kuntz to Gannon Howe's 33-yard touchdown pass, and that's the only score on the board so far. The good news for the Rensselaer Bombers is they are slowing down the game a little bit, taking the air out of the ball. That is certainly their game plan tonight. They've had a little bit of success, and Hanover Central's been on the field twice as we near the end of the first quarter, but still hard to shut down that Hanover Central passing and running attack.
So, Kevin, do you think Rensselaer's rushing attack is going to be able to continue to milk this clock and be able to even up this score?
Mm-hmm. Nice little running back they've got in the Bombers, 22, Diego Hernandez-Reyes, a quick, shifty back. They're definitely opening some holes. Head coach Brian Parker said that Chris Meeks and his squad is always fundamentally sound up front, and that they were going to see some line play that they had not seen yet this far. Of course, we know that the Bombers, and just as I say that, Diego Hernandez-Reyes is off to the races on a big gain down to the Hanover Central 30-yard line. And so the Bombers move it into Hanover Central territory. So, again, the Bombers moving the ball on the ground, and that's what they want to do, to slow down the Hanover Central offense. This one may be coming back. Anyway, it does look like they are going to keep the ball in Hanover Central territory. So we'll see how this one goes. Game plan is working for the Bombers thus far.
All right, Kevin, one more time. The time and score update, please.
22 seconds left. First quarter. Hanover Central up 7-0. Bombers on the move.
All right, thanks, Kevin. Appreciate it. Looking forward to hearing more from you. All right, Coach. So, and Wayne and Tommy, we have a little bit of a dynamic here. Rensselaer is kind of holding their own. We're normally used to having Hanover Central up 2 scores by this point in the game, but looks like Rensselaer is doing what we all thought they would.
The key here now is Rensselaer needs to score, and better a 7-point score than a 3. Right. But still, if they can get on the board, Rensselaer, then you've got, people starting to think, and all of a sudden players starting to think, oh my God, they scored. Teams haven't scored on us forever.
Exactly right. Exactly right. So that is a circumstance where Hanover Central can get in their own head. Their starters have not been scored upon this entire season. That has something to do with, A, their dynamic play, but B, the talent level that they have been playing against. Rensselaer is a tough program with a lot of history, so it looks like they're doing what they need to do right now to at least maybe capitalize on the mental game right there.
Well, Ben, and by the way, the past week has been spent trying to pronounce Kotlazinski correct.
Nailed it.
There it is, ladies and gentlemen. Anyway, I'm going to make you the coach.
Okay.
You get the draw, and you're Rensselaer Central. Okay?
Yeah.
All of a sudden, you see your opponent on today's schedule, on your schedule, first week of the playoffs. What are you thinking?
You got to take it to them. You have to. It is one game. Let it all hang out. And this is what Rensselaer Central is going to do. They know they have big, burly linemen. They have had it for generations. Even since I was playing, they have been just big, strong. And I live in a farm town now. I don't live in Valparaiso. Big, strong farm boys down there. And they are rough. They are tough. They are good football players. And no one is going to intimidate me. If it's me coaching this, you're not going to intimidate me. You may win and you may rough us up, but you know what? We're going to take it to you.
But how are the kids feeling? Because our kids could be sometimes, whoa, wait a minute. Those guys are big and they're going to give us a run for their money, which they have done so far tonight.
Sure.
I really think that that's all said and done, and that's kind of maybe us prognosticators, talking about that, or us pundits talking about that. But that Coach Parker is too good to let those Hanover kids not understand what could happen, because he's preached, as any good coach would, that maybe even hung wrestling jerseys in the locker room, saying, "You see that? You don't play well. See you wrestlers."
See you wrestlers, right?
Did Kevin say who received the opening kickoff?
He said that Hanover Central received. Rensselaer kicked, won the toss, elected to defer.
Okay, so if I'm Rensselaer right now, you have to tie the game up. And then when you get that second half kickoff, you got to go on a long drive to consume as much clock as you can and score at the end of that drive. I mean, if you want to beat Hanover right now, you just have to control the clock, and that's like we've been saying. You use that big running game that they've got to control it.
Right. Nothing more demoralizing to a defense than having the ball run 3.5, 4 yards on you every single play. You're out there giving it your all every single play as a defender. 3.5 yards, 4 yards, 5 yards, 3 more yards, 5 yards, nothing negative, just falling forward. All of a sudden you find yourself with your back in the end zone because the other team just stuffed it down your throat. And that is where you get into this impose your will on your opponent circumstance. And if Rensselaer has the opportunity to do that, Hanover hasn't seen something like that this year. No. So it'll be very interesting to see how this game
And I think, with that concept, it's going to happen more so in the second half.
Right.
If Rensselaer can stay close to Hanover, and then that second half comes up, and Hanover comes out, this is a worst case scenario. Hanover comes out and goes 3 and out, and then Rensselaer takes 5 minutes. Then Hanover goes 3 and out. Now the pressure is starting to build.
The gears are turning.
That's
right at that point. And Hanover Central, their starters have not played a second half all season. It's all been 2 quarters and done. So we don't know how they will respond. These are phenomenal athletes. They are well coached. They are dynamic. They score touchdowns left, right, up, down, every which way with their eyes closed. They're scoring touchdowns. And their defense, sacking, intercepting, recovering fumbles, taking kicks back to the house on special teams. This team has not seen any adversity this year because they're that good. It's going to be interesting to see how they respond to that. I think they have it in them. This is a senior-laden team that has a lot of potential, or not potential. They have a lot of success. They have had it. They've had a lot of experience. I think they have the opportunity to respond, but this is the first time they've had to do it.
And let's face it, the quieter you keep that crowd, the better your chances are, which makes me ask everybody on the panel, are we talking upset here?
No, I don't think so. I really don't.
I'm just wondering. Okay.
Yeah, I mean that's certainly an option, but I think that the one thing Hanover has is that quick strike ability, and that's what Ben was just talking about. Mm-hmm. That they can strike anywhere. Defensively, Gannon Howes is outstanding as a defensive back, but he's also an outstanding receiver. Hazley, we've talked about his offense. Oh, he's the leading rusher at Hanover Central, blah, blah, blah. But he's also their middle linebacker, and he's also played, defense. So, excuse me, they have so many weapons that you just, yes, it starts to get tense if Rensselaer's able to hold the ball. But in the back of their heads is they're thinking on that sideline, one play can change this. One or two plays right off the bat in the third quarter.
If you get the ball.
Yes.
You got to get the ball, and they haven't had the ball, and you can't do all that good stuff when the other team has possession.
That's a good point.
That's right.
So Hanover Central is going to have to rely upon their defense. And now that we're looking at defensive players of the week from last week, the first one we're going to talk about is Colin Foy from Hanover Central.
Yeah, he could have been a no player too.
Right, that's right.
He had 2 sacks, 1 tackle for loss versus Calumet.
We're going to go ahead and talk about 4 more people, 4 more items, and then we're going to go ahead and take a break after that. But we've got Caden Verrett also from Hanover Central. 2
block punts and 1 TD for versus Calumet for Hanover Central.
And, speaking of Hanover Central, we've got Gannon Howes as well.
Yeah, he had an interception and caught a TD pass. You talk about versatility. I don't know if we could have a Mr. Versatility Award this year, but that's almost like giving a trophy everybody for participation. But this young man is outstanding.
He's all over the field. He does an excellent
really is.
job. Let's take a break from Hanover Central. Let's talk about Kankakee Valley. We've got Javier Castro.
Yeah, he had a fumble recovery for a TD versus Highland. And we've talked about this already. Hanover Central, limited Calumet to only 28 yards per, for the whole game. But I do have one late arrival.
What's that?
And this young man, Bob Gibson. Have you heard the name?
I have heard the
All right.
name.
Well, Trey Gibson is the halfback at Hobart.
Right.
This is his younger brother, who's a junior, and he had 2 fumble recoveries versus Munster.
Yeah.
He leads Hobart in tackles and tackles for loss. And, I loved it in the paper when he, the newspaper was talking about him. And when the reporters after the game went up to interview him, and as he swaggered over to the reporters, he said, "Well, it's about time you got me."
I heard Bob Gibson. I thought we were talking baseball over here. Yeah. Okay.
But, we took a quick break from Hanover Central. We've got 2 more Hanover Central things going on. First and foremost, the Hanover defense last week.
Yeah, anytime you can limit a team that is undefeated and playing well to only 28 yards. If there was a surprise for me last week, I kind of thought maybe Calumet could get the upset, but I wasn't positive. But when I saw that in the paper, that they had only 28 yards. Now, I know Kevin Driscoll all season was talking about, the defense on Hanover Central is just as good, if not better, than their offense. And, you're going, okay. But, they proved it last week.
And speaking of Kevin Driscoll, we have an update from Hanover Central versus Rensselaer. Kevin, a lot of action going on there. What's going on?
Hanover Central defense has just given up its first score of the season. Hanover Central's first-team defense gives up its first touchdown. Diego Hernandez-Reyes, the running back for the Bombers, scores on a 1-yard touchdown run on a 4th-and-1 play, 4th and goal from the 1. Here in the second quarter, this game is tied at 7 midway through. That capped a 12-play, 72-yard, 5-minute, 42-yard minute drive. So Bombers are keeping the ball away from Hanover Central. And that seems to be the game plan working. And just as I give that report, the Bombers get their second interception of the game.
Oh, my goodness.
And the Hanover Central has just turned the ball over. Now the game tied at 7 apiece with 8:09 to go second quarter. The Bombers got a lot of momentum. Hanover got on the board at the 2:04 mark of the first quarter with a 33-yard Matt Kuntz to Gannon Howes touchdown pass. And you wondered how this one was going to go. How was the Bombers going to respond? And that's when they began their 72-yard drive that resulted in a touchdown. That That drive was helped, of course, by Hanover Central. Got a late hit personal foul call and an unsportsmanlike conduct, both inside the 30-yard line. So a little undisciplined play. I'm sure that's not going to make head coach Brian Parker happy. So Hanover Central getting their first test here in the opening round of Sectional 25.
Kevin, did Matthews intercept another one? Kevin?
No, that was not. That was so now their quarterback has an interception and their running back has an interception. Diego Hernandez-Reyes now has a touchdown and an interception for the Bombers.
All right, Kevin, we got some calls piling up behind you. One more time, the score and time update, please.
7 apiece, 7:36 to go, second quarter.
All right, thanks, Kevin. We appreciate the update. Looking forward to hearing more from you. All right, that was Kevin Driscoll there with an update here. We've got Chuck DeMoss with an update from Caston and West Central. Chuck, what's going on?
West Central just took the opening kickoff, guys, and punched it in from 18 yards out. Spencer Lehman with the run. The 2-point conversion was good on a run. I'm not sure who ran that in. I think it might have been Pilarski. But that's where we stand right now with 7:30 to go in the third quarter. West Central is 14, Caston 0.
Chuck, how is West Central getting the offense here this game?
Well, they're still running the ball. They did try to throw it there at the end of the first half when time was running out. He threw it a couple times, but most of the time it's been on the ground running the ball with 3 or 4 guys carrying it, plus the quarterback. So right now it's just the ground game for West Central. They're eating up a lot of clock when they do have the ball. It's kind of funny to watch West Central because they all got wristbands on their wrists. And last week I was on the field, and the coach yells out 3 different numbers. They all look at their wristband. Then they get ready, and they will take the clock down just about 10 seconds every time. So they're really taking a lot of clock off tonight.
Oh, so West Central is an offensive, like it's an armband offense, but it's also slow and methodical.
Exactly, yeah. Tonight they were slow and methodical last week, and the same way tonight as well.
All righty. Thank you, Chuck. One more time, what is the score and time update?
We have 6:16 to go in the third quarter. West Central was up 14-0. Caston does have the ball inside West Central's 45-yard line right now.
All right. Thanks, Chuck. Looking forward to hearing more from you as this game goes on.
Okay. Thanks, guys. We'll do.
All right. Thank you much. That was Chuck DeMoss with an update from Caston at West Central. We're going to go ahead and take a quick break here on 89.1 FM, The Lakeshore.
This is Game Night on 89.1 FM, The Lakeshore, listener-supported public radio.
Danny Shapiro's novel Signal Fires is about all the characters we are in a single lifetime, and maybe beyond.
We always carry our past with us. We always carry all the selves we've ever been, like a series of Russian dolls. They're always inside of us.
A talk with the author and all the latest news as America nears midterm elections, Saturday on Weekend Edition from NPR News.
Tune in at 7 a.m. for Weekend Edition here on Lakeshore Public Radio, 89.1 FM.
Maitri Ramakrishnan broke through on Netflix's Never Have I Ever. But for her, it's just the beginning.
My dream role is Rapunzel. Like, that is my dream role as a brown girl that has had her grandma put coconut oil in her hair since she was like a child.
Ramakrishnan's here to tell the trolls to chill because she's ready for her princess moment. On the next, It's Been a Minute from NPR.
Tune in Saturday morning at 9 and Sunday afternoon at 3 here on Lakeshore Public Radio.
There are stories featuring people already passed away, revealing secrets they could not know. On the next Snap Judgment, for our All Hallowed Eve Spook Special, one man uncovers a different type of truth. Snap Judgment proudly presents The Rememberer. Do not miss it.
Saturday at 11 and Sunday at noon here on Lakeshore Public Radio, 89.1 FM.
I'm blind in one eye. I knew this since I was a child, but I did not tell anyone till I was 12. In my defense, I thought it was normal to be able to see with just one eye. Just like you can write with your right hand, you can see with your right eye.
Join us next time for more true stories told live on the Moth Radio Hour from PRX.
Tune in Saturday at noon and Sunday at 1 here on Lakeshore Public Radio, 89.1 FM.
This is Game Night on 89.1 FM, The Lakeshore. Listener-supported public radio. And now, the Game Night broadcast team.
Ben Kolodzinski back to you with Steve Schmidt and Wayne Sventnoff and Andrew Thompson. We are here in a situation where Gary Graben has got an update with Lowell and Culver Military. Gary, what's going on?
Uh-oh, is all I can say to the Lowell fans. On their second drive, Culver Academy started on their own 12 and again matriculated all the way down the field, culminating in a 19-yard touchdown pass from Michael McColgan to Evan Gerber. Evan Gerber, by the way, is a 6'5" wide receiver, very difficult to guard. Extra point good, 14-0 Culver, and they early on here clearly look like they are ready to play.
So it's 14-0 at this point, Gary?
It is. We talked in the on the field segment. Not the greatest matchup for Lowell here because this is the spread offense, 5 wide receiver offense. Lowell has traditionally been a little bit weak against the pass, and I believe they may have at least 2 cornerbacks out in this game.
Oh, my goodness.
So they are in a matchup problem here. And each drive has been long and really just dominating. Lowell does not look sharp defensively, missed tackles and the like. Offensively, they were able to get a little offense with Owen Thiel. Riley Bank has not run really tonight. That was the game plan last week, so we wonder if they're hanging on to Riley for a second half push here, but they better not fall too far behind because this Culver team looks ready to play tonight.
You know, Gary, Culver came in with not the best record. I mean, I know that Hobart had their way with them. They came back and beat them this year. I'm not sure that Culver played Andrean, and they were also...
They played Hanover Central, and they played Morton. They got diced by Hanover Central, and they beat Morton, I think, in week 8. But certainly not... someone else, another source who saw them play Hanover and has seen them tonight, said, boy, this looks like different players on the field because they didn't remember seeing a 6'3" running back against Hanover, 6'3", 215 running back, and a 6'5" wide receiver. Very impressive. Again, I know you're aware, Wayne, Notre Dame's coach, Freeman, his son is on this team. He hasn't been on the field yet. He's a freshman, but he is on this team. I hear he's also a great wrestler. But this is, again, a very surprising start here. The Lowell people have turned out. Their side of the bleachers are packed. The side for Culver Academy actually was not packed until a couple minutes before game time, and then the entire student body came in. And you might think at Culver Academy they would come in uniform. Well, they were in a uniform, all right. They were all in togas. So a look that I think you guys should adopt for the 10:30 show.
That's not a bad idea. I think I don't know if the viewing audience wants to see that, but I'm down to party. Maybe for our Halloween episode.
Well, the rest, Steve, Andrew, and I are the faces for radio. So what do we know?
Fair enough. All right,
Culver Academy, like I said, hitting the ground running here. Lowell could certainly use something here, even if it's a field. They need to get some points on the board. We know Lowell is not a fast-scoring team, so you can't fall too far behind here.
All right, Gary, one more time, the score and time update, please.
14-0 Culver Academy over Lowell with about 10 minutes to go in the second quarter.
All right, thanks, Gary. Looking forward to hearing more from you.
You got it.
All right, so my name is Ben Kolodzinski. We've got Andrew Johnson here as well, and we've got Coach Wayne Sventnoff. But right now, we've got Steve Schmidt giving us a scoreboard update.
And now, your Game Night scoreboard update.
Well, what's up, Lakeshore Game Night? Steve Schmidt here. These scores are rolling in fast and furious to the Game Night studio, so let's see how your favorite team's doing tonight for Week 1 of sectionals. Starting off in 4A Sectional 17, Lowell at Culver Academy. You just heard it there from Gary, 14-0. The Eagles are up over Lowell. Kankakee Valley at New Prairie. It's 14-6 New Prairie in the second quarter. KV got the scoring started on Lane Zander's 91-yard kickoff return for a touchdown. But 2 New Prairie scores a 7-yard pass from Kamichek to Monga, and then Monga with a 40-yard touchdown run. Westside at Hobart, the game of the week. Hobart's up in this one in the first quarter, 14-6. Noah Ehrlich with a 36-yard touchdown pass to Connor Stanford. Trey Gibson ran one from 50 yards out, and Brady King with a score for the Cougars. Highland at EC Central in the first quarter. Highland's up 15-0. Moving on here to 3A Sectional 25. Boone Grove at Calumet. Second quarter, Calumet's up in this one 22-7. Andrew Markin was accounted for all 3 scores for the Warriors, 2 through the air, 1 on the ground. The Boone Grove score, a 37-yard touchdown pass from Mark Rowland to Josh Oglesby. Griffith at River Forest at the end of 1. River Forest has a 14-0 lead. Jose Alvarez with a 2-yard touchdown run, and then Aiden Silver from 62 yards out for the Ingot scores. Hanover Central at Rensselaer Central. 7-7 is the score in the second quarter. Matt Kuntz got the scoring started for the Wildcats from 33 yards out to Gannon House, and Diego Hernandez Reyes from 1 yard out for the Bombers to even the score. 2A Sectional 33, Whiting at LaVille. This one's all with LaVille, 48-0. DeWitt with 4 touchdowns. 1A Sectional 41, haven't got any updates yet from the North Judson and South Newton game. Additional games that we're keeping track of tonight. Triton at Pioneer at the half. Triton's up 21-6. West Central's up overcast in 14-0 in the third quarter. Stay tuned for the remainder of Lakeshore Game Night. I'm Steve Schmidt.
Thank you, Steve. I appreciate your update. Good job there. Steve Schmidt here with Andrew Johnson and Coach Wayne Svetnoff and Ben Kolodzinski. Quick question for you, Steve. What game do you have your eyes on right now?
Well, I'm going to be a little biased, and that's the KV New Prairie game.
Sure.
Just for that, being KV grad. But in terms of what I think is going to be the most competitive game tonight, I really do think it's going to be Westside and Hobart. Yeah, it's obviously the game of the week, but when you look into it, you see Westside's methodical run offense, Hobart's strong defense, Hobart's strong offense, and Westside's pretty strong defense for what we've seen this season.
Sure.
I mean, this looks like a matchup on paper that everybody would want to go to. And we see it so far here, 14-6 in the first quarter. Hobart had a couple good offensive possessions to get the scoring started, and the Westside, answering here, missing the PAT on their, or actually 2-point conversion, trying to draw it to be a 5-point game. So, that's the game I'm keeping my eye on tonight.
Sure. Andrew, who do you got your eye on?
That Hanover Rensselaer game, I mean, this is really the toughest opponent that Hanover has seen all season long, and they're finding out that they're not really the strongest kid on the block right now. They're finding out that they can get pushed around. Their offense can make mistakes. So I'm really interested. It's going to be very interesting to see how they can respond to the kind of physicality that Rensselaer's bringing to them right now.
Coach, what do you think? What do you got your eyes on?
Well, I'll agree. I'll agree with the fact that, West Side and Hobart, I like that game.
Sure.
I was, interested in that. But, boy, this Rensselaer team is, they're hitting Hanover Central in the mouth. And it's going to be interesting to see can Hanover Central, weather the storm and start putting up some scores.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting to see. Hanover has not been hit in the mouth yet, and we're going to see how they respond to that. For me, the game that I'm looking at is Lowell at Culver Military. I was fully expecting Lowell to do everything that they normally do in their early sectional games and just march on. Culver Academy's been up and down, but it seems that they have really hit the ground running this game, and they're giving Lowell every bit of fight that they have in them.
Yeah, I totally agree with you.
All right, so we've been kind of going hit and miss here with some of our players and teams of the week because we've had a lot of action come in between these segments. But let's go ahead and let's talk about some unknown players of last week.
Well, one of them is Thomas Berta from Valpo. He had 2 touchdowns and 152 yards versus Lake Central. Boy, does that bode well for Valpo.
Right.
We've talked about Justin Clark as their quarterback. And now, all of a sudden, and Valpo has been known for their running backs.
Right.
And this young man kind of surprised us. But, boy, he had a nice outing last week.
I mean, multiple touchdowns and 152 yards. That's a pretty good showing. I like what Owen Thiel did from Lowell last week.
Yeah, he had 2 touchdowns, 104 yards. When at the beginning of the show, we talked about somebody else finally stepping up at Lowell. Now, I don't know how much he's done so far at Lowell because Lowell hasn't scored. But, he's going to have to be a factor in the second half for Lowell for them to win this game.
Another player that we haven't talked about this player, we've talked about this team already today. Carlos Villagomez
Yes.
from Villagomez from River Forest.
Yeah, and he had 2 touchdowns versus Bowman, and we've talked about Aiden Silver. Now you've got a halfback that had 2 touchdowns last week for River Forest. So this just makes River Forest more diversified.
So going from some unknown players or some players that caught us off guard, here are the special teams player of the week, and we're going to look at Robert Bodner from Lowell.
Yeah, he recovered a block punt for a TD versus Andrean.
Yeah, we saw that clip on television,
Yes, we
and
did.
that ball rolled and rolled and rolled and rolled right into the end zone. Good for him. An excellent play by Robert there. And then we have another Lowell player with Ethan Cost.
Right, and he had a fumble recovery also for Lowell versus Andrean, and those 2 young men. We don't talk about too much defense for the defensive players for Lowell. These 2 young men can do the job.
Right.
Both Bodner and Cost, and they're going to have to step up tonight again because Lowell is down.
Yeah, they're going to have to. We've spoke a lot about Lowell last week, upsetting Andrean, or so they say, an upset, but it's a rivalry game. But right now, it's the best of times. It's the worst of times. I don't know if they were riding too high after or defeating a very tough Andrean team, or if maybe Culver Academy is really bringing it today. But I know that Lowell needs to figure it out, and fast.
That's very nice that you used a little bit of Charles Dickens. Your English teacher should be proud of you.
I was an honors English student. That's
All
about
right.
the only class that I excelled in.
And that's what I taught.
There you go. So yeah, I think that the Lowell Red Devils really need to figure it out, because they could be in a world of hurt. We've got a fumble here. We lost an ice cube here, but. That's one thing that Lowell does not need is a fumble. But speaking of teams that have been turning the ball over, Hanover Central, the very efficient offense that they have had. They've already thrown 2 interceptions here in the first quarter or the first half against Rensselaer. That does not bode well for that high-flying offense.
No, especially when, a team scores and now your high-flying offense. We've talked about this already. You go 3 and out, 3 and out, 3 and out, and all of a sudden Rensselaer is holding the ball, slowly moving. Well, now, if it's an interception, that means they usually are closer.
Short field, right?
Yep, short field. So we'll see.
So we're seeing 2 teams right now that are coming off the highest of euphoric moments that are starting to struggle here against what some would say are inferior opponents this week. It's going to be very interesting to see how this goes so far. So Wayne, at this point, if you're trying to motivate one of your players, you're trying to motivate your team, they're underperforming in the first week of sectionals, what do you need to say to these players to wake up a little bit?
It's a situation where they know what they have to do. What is happening maybe is a situation that the butterflies in them, are taking over. And especially now if you're behind like a Hanover is, Coach Parker, I know, is on the sideline saying, guys, we believe in you. We know what your abilities are. We know you can play better than what you're doing right now. Go out and just do it. Relax. We've got a whole, 2.5 quarters left. Okay, but what we can't do is let Rensselaer stick around until the fourth quarter. Right. So let's start scoring. Let's start running our offense like we're capable of running it, and just play ball.
Speaking of a team that needs to just play ball, we've got Gary Graben with an update with Lowell versus Culver Military. Gary, what's going on out there?
Lowell teetering here in the first half, down 14, had to punt back to Culver Academy. Culver Academy faced a 3rd and 15. They threw a long bomb that was completed, but a penalty brought it back. On the ensuing play, the quarterback got a little cute with the ball and fumbled it, and Lowell took over in Culver Academy territory, and Riley Bank decided to take off in his regular clothes and put the cape on, and he and Owen Thiel with a series of runs culminating in a misdirection play where everybody went left and Riley went right to the pylon. A 14-yard touchdown run, extra point good, is 14-7 Culver Academy over Lowell with a minute 58 to go. Of note here is this half is almost over and each team has only had the ball 3 times.
A lot of running the ball, apparently, and completed passes.
Passing, but they're completing them, so it's the equivalent.
Right.
You know, it's the equivalent of it. And again, the mistake by the quarterback there putting it on the turf has breathed a little life into Lowell here. Again, 14-7. They need to hold here, and Lowell will get the ball starting the second half.
How much time is left in the half, Gary?
A minute 58.
Minute 58. So Lowell absolutely needed that touchdown to stay in this game.
Now, just again, if you remember the first score of the game, it only took Culver a minute 56 to go down the field. So there's time for them to do a little something here before the half, but really a must score there for Lowell going into the half.
All right, Gary, thank you much. One more time, the score and time update, please.
Again, 14-7 Culver Academy over Lowell with a minute 58 left here in the first half.
All right, Gary Graben, thank you much. Looking forward to hearing from you.
Yes, sir.
All right, we'll go from Gary Graben to Chuck DeMoss. Chuck with an update from Caston at West Central. Chuck, what's going on?
Yeah, we just ended the third quarter here, guys. The score is 22-6. West Central is up. Caston did answer West Central's score on a 16-yard pass from quarterback Schaefer Loudon to Grant Yodom. The 2-point conversion was no good. West Central got the ball back, drove 70 yards. Spencer Lehman ran it in from 2 yards out. Or Jacob Pilarski, ran it in from 2 yards out. Buzz Beisinger ran the 2-point conversion in, and that's where we stand right now. West Central 22, Caston 6.
So, Chuck, it seems like Caston had a little bit of momentum at a bit, but West Central has really seized it from them.
Yeah, they come back and scored right after that. So they've scored both times here in the second half. Caston's getting ready to get the ball for the second time here in the second half, or starting the fourth quarter. But they're going to need to put a score on the board to keep this game close.
At this point, does Caston have what it takes to stop West Central? It seems like every single time they're touching the ball in the second half, they're scoring.
Well, I tell you, West Central's got probably over 300 yards on the ground right now between 5 guys, and 2 of them have over 100. And, yeah, they're having a hard time stopping that running game. They're not throwing it. They're just running it right down their throats.
All right.
Penalties is the only thing stopping West Central tonight. A lot of penalties for West Central. That's really the only thing stopping them tonight.
Are they egregious penalties, or are they just the types that happen during any course of football?
Well, there's been one personal foul, one of them sportsmanlike. You know, most of them are holding.
Okay. Yeah.
On some long runs. So they can clean this act up in the fourth quarter. They should come away with a victory here tonight.
All right, fair enough. Thank you, Chuck. One more time, what is the score and time update, please?
We have 11:52 to go in the game. West Central 22, Caston 6.
All right, thank you. That's Chuck DeMoss with an update from Caston versus West Central. Thank you, Chuck.
All right, call you later.
Yes, sir. All right, so there's been a lot of action going on here, and we are going to take a quick break so we can catch our breath on 89.1 FM, The Lakeshore.
This is Game Night on 89.1 FM, The Lakeshore, listener-supported public radio.
Native land, money, and unmarked graves on school grounds.
There is pain in that history, and we don't deny that.
Indian boarding schools on the next Reveal.
Tune in Saturday afternoon at 2 and Sunday morning at 9 here on Lakeshore Public Radio.
On the next Radio Lab, 2 mysteries. One in the water and the other of the water.
It just freezes.
Suddenly turns to ice.
That's on the next Radio Lab.
Tune in Saturday afternoon at 1 and Sunday afternoon at 2 here on Lakeshore Public Radio.
As the UK was looking to turn a new leaf, a British tabloid live-streamed a head of lettuce against Prime Minister Liz Truss to see which would last longer.
The good thing about Britain is we like to laugh at our problems, and that is where the lettuce came in.
And the lettuce won. A conversation with the creator of this little gem on the next All Things Considered from NPR News.
Tune in at 4 p.m. for Weekend All Things Considered here on Lakeshore Public Radio.
Hi, this is Sheila from Helsingborg, Sweden, and I listen to Bullseye because they're less like interviews and more like great conversations.
I'm Jesse Thorne. This week, Steve-O, the bonkers stunt performer from movies and MTV, has a new memoir, plus Lil Mike and Funny Bone from Reservation Dogs. That's on the next Bullseye from MaximumFun.org and NPR.
Tune in Saturday night at 6 here on Lakeshore Public Radio, 89.1 FM.
You're listening to Lakeshore Public Radio, 89.1 FM. Listener-supported public radio in Northwest Indiana. WLPR FM Lowell.
And now, your Game Night scoreboard update.
What's up, Lakeshore Game Night? Steve Schmidt here with your scoreboard update here for week 1 of the high school football season, or of the sectional season. Starting off in 4A, sectional 17, Lowell at Culver Academy. Second quarter, it is 14-7, Culver Academy. KV at New Prairie. Second quarter, New Prairie has a 21-6 lead. KV got the opening score on a 91-yard kickoff return for a touchdown, but since then, New Prairie with 3 straight scores. Westside at Hobart, second quarter. Hobart's up in this one, 28-6. Trey Gibson taking over 3 touchdowns for the Brickies. Highland at EC Central, first quarter. Highland's up 15-0. 3A sectional 25. Boone Grove at Calumet, second quarter of action here. Calumet's up 30-15. The last score for Boone Grove was on a 4th and 12, a 29-yard touchdown pass from Mark Rowland to Josh Oglesby. They've connected twice for the Wolves. Griffith at River Forest, second quarter. River Forest has a 14-7 lead. Jose Alvarez with a 2-yard touchdown run and Aiden Silver with a 62-yard run for the Ingots, and the Panthers' score was a 1-yard touchdown run by Gary Quillen. Hanover Central at Rensselaer Central at the half. It's 10-7 Rensselaer. Matt Coons with a 33-yard touchdown pass to Gannon Howes. And then the scores for the Bombers were Diego Hernandez Reyes from 1 yard out and a Carter Drone 22-yard field goal. Moving on here to 2A sectional 33, Whiting at LaVille. This one's all LaVille, 48-0 in the second quarter. DeWitt with 4 touchdowns on the night. Additional games we're covering here. Triton at Pioneer at the end of 3. It's 35-6. Triton, West Central's up over Caston, 22-6. And Knox at the half over Lakeland, 22-7. Ben, back to you.
All right, thank you. That was Steve Schmidt with an update. Steve's going to hang out with us here for this upcoming segment. We've got Andrew Johnson as well, and myself, Ben Kolozinski. We have an update for the Hanover Central and Rensselaer Central football game from Kevin Driscoll. Kevin, what's going on?
Everyone wanted to know, how would Hanover Central respond if they ever got themselves in a close ball game? Hanover Central is in a close ball game. Hanover Central trailing Rensselaer at the half, 10-7.
10-7.
Hanover turnovers and penalties. 3 of Hanover's 5 first-half offensive possessions resulted in interceptions. So the Bomber defensive backfield has done their homework. They have picked off Matt Coons 3 times the first half, 1 each by Corbin Matthew, Diego Hernandez-Reyes, and Aaron Barco. Diego Hernandez-Reyes has also been running the ball very effectively on the offensive side for the Bombers. He has 79 yards rushing. Rensselaer's offense hasn't moved the ball a lot, but they have been helped by Hanover Central penalties. Penalties are 7-1. Hanover penalized 7 times in that first half to the Bombers just 1. So that includes a personal foul and 2 unsportsmanlike conducts, 3 penalties that resulted in 3 Rensselaer first downs. So Hanover Central did not help themselves as Rensselaer kept trying to move the chains. That resulted in, of course, 10 first-half points. And, of course, those points come on a Diego Hernandez-Reyes 1-yard touchdown run. The Hanover Central's defense did get a goal line stand. The Bombers had moved the ball down to the 4-yard line, but the Wildcats did put up a stop, resulting in a 22-yard Carter drone field goal. So the Wildcats have not seen adversity like this. They have not responded well. 3 interceptions on offense and some personal fouls and unsportsmanlike conduct. They are rattled on defense as well.
Kevin, do you think the number of penalties for Hanover is just them being frustrated at this point?
Yes, absolutely. There is no question. This is a Bomber team that plays in a much tougher conference. The Hoosier Conference is much tougher. No disrespect intended, Greater South Shore Conference opponents, but that's just the fact. They go through the ringer in that Hoosier Conference. They are playing well-disciplined football. They got a coaching staff that clearly did their homework for this one. They are gap sound on defense. They are offensively. They got a running back who is shifting to the holes and doing so effectively tonight, running a game plan that has Hanover Central back on their heels.
So, Kevin, we've had 3 interceptions thrown by Hanover Central. Is that a aspect of excellent defense, or Hanover has a tendency to run timing passes, and does Rensselaer perhaps have the timing down?
Yeah, I think it's film study. There was a couple of routes where you saw Bomber defensive back jump routes. I think Matt Kuntz has been able to get away with a lot this year, throw the ball up, let Gannon Howes go up and get a jump ball. He's not getting away with that today.
Right.
There's also less time to throw. He has been under pressure all night from a Bomber defensive line that is applying pressure, led by number 52, Jordan Cree. Hanover Central had a situation where they got the ball late in that first half and went on a 2-minute offense, but defensive line Jordan Cree, their leading tackler, came up with a 12-yard sack. That ultimately led to a turnover on down. So, again, Hanover Central seeing some things and some adversity they just haven't seen all season.
Kevin, what was the body language for Hanover Central, especially on the defensive side of the ball throughout the half?
At one point, I remember looking out and seeing Ryan Hildeman, kind of do the motion of let's go, because Rensselaer Central was letting the play clock run down. Part of their game plan is to, keep the Hanover Central offense off the field. And so it seemed like he was getting frustrated that, Rensselaer wasn't playing. But, again, the Hanover Central not helping themselves with a personal foul and 2 unsportsmanlike conduct penalties, both inside their own territory, putting their backs to the wall. So I think, again, a little frustration. Let's see. Hanover Central will have the ball. They will receive the opening kickoff to start. So how their offense responds will be telling to see how this second half transpires.
All right, Kevin, one more time. What is the halftime score there?
Halftime, the Bombers lead at the Avery Sports Complex 10-7.
All right, Kevin, you got an exciting one on your hands. Looking forward to hearing you in the second half.
All right, we'll talk to you later.
Thank you, Kevin. We're going to go from Kevin Driscoll to Gary Graben with some updates. Gary, what's going on?
You and I talked about it before we get to this Lowell game. The name that comes to mind right now is Ivan Drago.
Yes, that's right.
Rocky fan. He was unbeatable, and then when he saw his own blood, it was different. And this is the first time that this Hanover Central team has actually been cut this year. So how are they going to respond?
Absolutely.
And this is an incredible place for them to be in. And really, if they win this game, I think this could do wonders for them because of how they cruised through the season. To have a game like this where you got to scratch and claw.
Sure.
But again, I'm really intrigued. This would be a locker room to be in at halftime to hear what Coach Parker's saying and see what the look on these boys' faces is.
Yeah, quite honestly, I think that there may be a little bit of shell shock going on right now.
I'm sure.
And Gary, you literally said that. You predicted this pregame. You didn't say this on the air or anything like that. You said that Rensselaer is going to be kind of like Rocky and going after Ivan Drago. That's a direct quote that he said prior to this. So he called this. Gary is always right. And,
well, then there'll be a little something in your will, or my will for you for that. But,
I appreciate that.
No, I mean, again, it is so hard. We talk all the time. You only can play who's on your schedule.
Right.
But when you never get challenged, it is just so hard to be ready when a team with a great coach and rock-tough kids who've played some of the best teams in the state. Granted, that Rensselaer is not vintage Rensselaer, but they are still a proud program and a proud community that takes physical football and smart football to a new level. So, again, Hanover still is in a good position. They're only down 3, but it's just when you haven't been down at all, no adversity the whole year, We've talked, Crown Point had some adversity in that Maryville game.
Right.
So they've had a game where they had to come back from some adversity. But here's a case where they're really the only team left in the region who had not had any adversity going into a game. And now they're going to have to fight on the road, too, we will point out, against a team that doesn't fear anyone. You know Coach Meeks. Wayne, you used to go down there quite a bit. They used to feed you the hamburgers. The Coach Meeks is a guy, it's not his first rodeo. He has seen and played against some of the best teams in Indiana history, so he's going to have a game plan. I think one of you asked some great questions about jumping the routes. They're seeing stuff. They're scouted better probably and with athletes to make the plays.
Right.
So intriguing.
So
out here at Oliver Field with the Lowell Culver Academy game, we've reached the half. Culver actually, with the minute 58 left, tried to hurry up. Actually, wasn't able to do anything. They had to punt the ball back to Lowell, and Lowell had the final possession of the half. So we go into the locker room here, 14-7. Probably momentum equally split here. It was all Culver for the first quarter and a half, and now Lowell has wrestled a little bit of that momentum back, and they have the chance here when getting the opening kickoff of the second half to even this game up. And I would think this is the key possession of the game, because if Culver can hold them and somehow get a two-possession game, we've seen that this clock is moving really fast. So very important opening possession coming up here.
So, Gary, oftentimes when you watch football, a team with I don't want to say gimmick offense, but an offense that is a little out of the ordinary will find success early and then will slow down as the game goes and your defense gets used to it. Kind of like jumping into a hot tub. It burns you right at the beginning, but then you get used to it and you're like, okay, I can deal with this, right? So I think that there's potential that the spread offense, the run, the gun, the oop-de-oops, whatever they're running out there is potentially, it seems like Lowell might be able to be getting used to it at this point.
They can. I think as we talked earlier, the fear with this spread offense and the five receivers is, can Lowell put five guys out there to guard five guys?
Right.
This is the difficult matchup, and one of those guys is 6'5", so he could probably even use a second guy on him. There hasn't been much of a running game here for Culver Academy tonight. So, again, this game seems that it's going to be earned through the air if Culver's going to win. But, again, the key in that matchup is just how many teams below the 5A and 6A level, even at the 5A and 6A level, have five good defensive backs. And that's the problem. We've talked that Lowell has a couple of them out injured. So that's the matchup to watch here as we go to the second half.
I would imagine the Culver Military Academy head coach understands that as well. I think that he may be able to find a weakness here. That just makes it more imperative that Lowell's defense toughens up, takes care of what they need to take care of, but also that their offense continues to move the ball and continues to score.
Correct. And I think that not being careless with the ball, the one turnover was careless, gave Lowell a short field. They can't have any of those kind of mistakes, especially when really they are the underdog. They have the 7-point lead here and they're at home. But this is a game that Lowell would ordinarily be favored in. It's just a matchup that doesn't favor Lowell very well.
So, Gary, we've had a lot of action throughout Northwest Indiana. Some interesting scores of note. Steve's going to give you a couple ones. We're going to ask your opinion on them. Steve, what do you got?
Sounds good.
Well, we have, let's see, Hobart and Westside now is a 31-6 lead for Hobart in that second quarter, nearing halftime. Calumet is up 30-15 over Boone Grove. And this one's getting pretty interesting. We've seen these two teams battle out earlier this season, River Forest and Griffith. Now it's 14-13, River Forest, Griffith starting to mount a second quarter comeback here.
Well, when you look at that Hobart game, obviously Hobart came out and took the hard early here. They were able to put Westside down. Any of the momentum we thought Westside would have in this game was snuffed out in a hurry. So Hobart has asserted themselves. Be curious to see if Coach Osika may even think this is their best effort of the season on how well they've played out of the gate. River and Griffith figured to be one of the closest games of the night. We refer often to the Sagarin ratings. They're right almost next to each other in the Sagarin.
Right.
very even game. And that one is probably going to come down to the finish. And now when you look at that, because the winner of that game gets the winner of Hanover Rensselaer, that's the old bracket buster possibilities there, where we could have some matchups we didn't even think we would have.
Right. One thing that I wanted to mention about the Hobart game, was it 31-6? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
So 31-6, a game that I thought had the opportunity to really go down to the wire because of these two strong rushing offenses. But I believe Noah Elrich actually has a 20-yard touchdown pass in the game. I can't remember exactly what it was, but 36 yard. Is not to shortchange you, Mr. Elrich. But one interesting thing is he has been under the radar, a really good quarterback this year. And I say under the radar because, he does have a college offer from Miami of Ohio. That's Division I MAC school, So he is an excellent player, and this is not just the Trey Gibson show there on offense, and I'm guilty of that. I highlighted him in our Game of the Week segment because as the offense for Hobart goes, so goes Trey Gibson, or vice versa. I'm speaking, in parables here, I guess, right now. But the bottom line is Hobart is really tough, and they're going to be a tough out here in that 4A sectional.
Well, Noah Ehrlich had a great freshman year, and anytime a freshman quarterback is performing well, they're going to get a lot of attention.
Right.
This year, as a sophomore, he has blended in a little more, and as we talked about in the pregame, the Hobart offense has not clicked on all cylinders every week this season.
That's true.
I think he has gone a little more unnoticed. We've seen the Herculean performances by people like Riley Bank at quarterback, the injury at Andran, and the subsequent backup doing a great job. Great stories there at quarterback. J.J. Johnson at Crown Point, who's just an incredible season for him, the way he has run and managed that team. So he did get lost in the wake here a little bit. But again, we know in 4A that, there are chances here. Do we have a score on that Highland-D Chicago game?
Last update I had was 15-0 Highland.
So that would be a Hobart at Highland game next week.
Right.
Again, Hobart would be pretty heavily favored. We know Highland's been playing with a little more life the last few weeks. But, Hobart has this path to get to the sectional championship. Again, whether it'll be New Prairie or not, whether it could be Lowell or whether it could be Culver, KV, again, that side of the bracket has a lot of question marks. But they're going to be in a position where I think they might even be able to host that game. And when Hobart gets to play at home, you never count them out. So as that team gets better and better, they have a great coaching staff. They don't try to do things they're not good at. They stick with what they can do. And I think that the key here for them is build. And tonight, obviously, through a half, that's quite a building block they've already put in place.
And last time Hobart and Highland met each other, the Brickies won 41-7. So will they repeat that kind of a performance against them next week? Probably, most likely.
It's certainly going to be quite possible, that would be the case. And, again, what's the latest New Prairie KV score?
21-6, New Prairie at the half.
Okay.
So the way
New
that
Prairie has asserted themselves there.
Kankakee Valley took the opening kickoff back for a touchdown, and since then it has been all New Prairie.
Yeah, New Prairie.
We
that
kind
one.
of know where that one's going at this point in time. So, again, the 4A situation again. We'll have to see if Lowell can stay alive here with a better second half, and then New Prairie and Hobart obviously are poised right now to be on a collision course. We'll see if that continues.
All right, Gary. So, any type of update that you have before we let you go here, before we take a break?
No, we're still in the half here at Culver. By the way, I'm told incredible foot-long hot dogs and freshly grilled hamburgers out here at Culver. So
if
anybody has occasion to get out here, I will say it is a beautiful campus if you ever get a chance to walk around with Lake Maxinkuckee in the background and a press box that looks like a castle that has the one single flag, the Culver flag flying out of it. Just a remarkable place here. Although my source there has told me he believes he was told the tuition is $57,000 a year.
That's a bit much. And so I've just done the math here. It would take me 1 hour and 12 minutes to get a foot-long hot dog, Gary. Do you think you can fill in and stay on air while I buzz down there to get one?
Sure, it's worth it. It's worth it.
Yeah.
The roads won't be crowded this time of night.
No, probably not, except for those of you, and I have been to Culver Military Academy. It is a gorgeous place. It's like a college campus in the beautiful lake there. But also, there is no easy way to get to Culver, Indiana.
No, you can't get there from here, type of thing. If you live South Lake or South Porter County, you're kind of cutting across, I think, on 8.
10.
10?
Yeah.
It's more expensive with inflation. And if you live up here, where Northwest Indiana, where I am, it's the Route 30 way over, I believe. So, again, you can't get there from here, but if you can find a way, it's worth seeing. It's a beautiful place. The lake is quite beautiful also.
Absolutely. All right, Gary, looking forward to hearing from you in the second half.
Sounds good, boys.
All right, thank you much. All right, so we're going to go ahead and take a quick break here on 89.1 FM, The Lakeshore.
This is Game Night on 89.1 FM, The Lakeshore, listener-supported public radio.
Danny Shapiro's novel Signal Fires is about all the characters we are in a single lifetime, and maybe beyond.
We always carry our past with us. We always carry all the selves we've ever been, like a series of Russian dolls. They're always inside of us.
A talk with the author and all the latest news as America nears midterm elections, Saturday on Weekend Edition from NPR News.
Tune in at 7 a.m. for Weekend Edition here on Lakeshore Public Radio, 89.1 FM.
Maitri Ramakrishnan broke through on Netflix's Never Have I Ever. But for her, it's just the beginning.
My dream role is Rapunzel. That is my dream role as a brown girl that has had her grandma put coconut oil in her hair since she was like a child.
Ramakrishnan's here to tell the trolls to chill because she's ready for her princess moment. On the next, It's Been a Minute from NPR.
Tune in Saturday morning at 9 and Sunday afternoon at 3 here on Lakeshore Public Radio.
There are stories featuring people already passed away, revealing secrets they could not know. On the next Snap Judgment, for our All Hallowed Eve Spook Special, one man uncovers a different type of truth. Snap Judgment proudly presents The Rememberer. Do not miss it.
Saturday at 11 and Sunday at noon here on Lakeshore Public Radio, 89.1 FM.
I'm blind in one eye. I knew this since I was a child, but I did not tell anyone till I was 12. In my defense, I thought it was normal to be able to see with just one eye. Just like you can write with your right hand, you can see with your right eye.
Join us next time for more true stories told live on the Moth Radio Hour from PRX.
Tune in Saturday at noon and Sunday at 1 here on Lakeshore Public Radio, 89.1 FM.
Red Cloud Indian School is reckoning with its past.
There is pain in that history, and we don't deny that.
But some of that history is hidden in archives controlled by the Catholic Church.
We don't make those agreements publicly accessible. Those are internal documents.
Part 2 of Buried Secrets, America's Indian Boarding Schools, on the next Reveal.
Tune in Saturday afternoon at 2 and Sunday morning at 9 here on Lakeshore Public Radio.
This is Game Night on 89.1 FM, The Lakeshore, listener-supported public radio. And now, the Game Night broadcast team.
All right, welcome back and to Game Night, and we want to thank Palomeros of 63rd Street for taking care of us for Game Night. The pizzas are all gone already. If you want real pizza, the Chicago pizza, they've been serving the community since 1961. So you can visit Palomeros of 63rd Street at 2893rd East 81st Street in Merrillville/Hobart, between Home Depot and PetSmart. So we want to thank them. We want to thank NIPSCO for all they do and keeping the lights on, supporting Lakeshore Public Radio, supporting Lakeshore Public TV. And they've been a sponsor of ours for a long time. We thank them. They do a great job for the radio, and the TV, which, by the way, you can tune into tonight, the scoreboard, where we'll give you the highlights of games in the area for the first week of sectionals. We'll talk about those games. We'll talk about matchups for next week and what things. Remember, the 6A and 5A come into play next week, so all the sectionals then will be advancing next week. So we want to thank our sponsors who do a great job for us all the time. So at this point, Steve, what do you think your surprise game is of the week so far?
Well, I think we got Chuck online first.
Okay, let's go to Chuck.
Yep. Chuck, what is the update that you have for us?
Yeah, we got a final here, guys, from Caston High School. It was West Central 28, Caston 6. Jacob Pilarski got their last score on a 10-yard run. The two-point conversion was no good. Tonight, West Central had 3 guys rush for over 100 yards. I think they're total.
Chuck, you had 3 guys rush for over 100 yards.
Yes. Yeah, quarterback Connor Merlat had 117. Jacob Pilarski had 148. Spencer Lehman had 112. These are all unofficial, but they're pretty accurate. So West Central ran the ball. They only threw it twice tonight. He was 1 for 2 for 15 yards. Quarterback really ran the offense well tonight. Fantastic job.
Chuck, that's really impressive, for a small school especially, to have 3 running backs over 100 yards. And, West Central just has to be really proud of this game and the season. Now, who will they play next? Chuck? Okay, I think we lost.
Taylor next week.
Taylor?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Taylor or Taylor. I'm not sure yet.
Okay. All right.
And it will be a home game for West Central, too.
Oh, so you'll be back there.
Yes. Yeah. With so many guys running the ball, and, even Aiden White, he had 50 yards tonight himself, and he's usually close to 100 himself each night. So they could have very well had 4 guys with 100 yards tonight.
My God.
So you never know who's going to come up big. Penalties really hurt them tonight. They may have had a couple more scores tonight and weren't for the penalties.
Oh, wow. All right, Chuck, thanks a lot. We appreciate all you do, buddy, and you do a great job of your reporting, so we'll talk to you next week.
Hey, I just want to give a shout-out to the AD here. I didn't get a hold of her till late today because I was planning on going to Rensselaer until I found out later Kevin was going there. So I want to give a shout-out to all the ADs who do a great job of letting me into these games each and every week. So we appreciate that from Gina Hurlmile tonight from Ken.
All right. Thanks, Chuck. See you next week.
All right. You bet.
Now, is Chuck coming back? Does he usually call in or no? No. Okay, so, Andrew. Well, no. I was with you, Steve. Who surprised you so far for today?
Well, my big surprise is... Oh, what you got, Andrew?
First off, Kevin actually just called in with an update from Rensselaer and Hanover Central.
Kevin, you there?
This is Kevin. 7:04 to go, third quarter, and a momentum shift. Hanover Central takes a 17-10 lead. The Wildcats trailed 10-7 at the half. Rensselaer Central would receive the second half kickoff and a fumble recovered by Lucas Ackman at the Bomber 21 on their first possession. And so Hanover Central takes back the field possession game. They start the drive. Rensselaer gives up just a yard, and then Kyle Brower trots on, kicks a 37-yard field goal to tie it. And on Rensselaer's second possession of the game, that results in a 3-and-out. Hanover Central starts at the Rensselaer 39 after a nice punt return, and one play later, 39-yard Kyle Hazley touchdown run. And so it's been 10 points in about a 3-minute stretch for the Wildcats. Wildcats take a 17-10 lead, 7:04 to go, third quarter at Rensselaer.
What was, how long was the field goal by Brower?
Kyle Brower with a 37-yard field goal to tie the ball game at the 9:26 mark of the third quarter, and Kyle Hazley with a 39-yard touchdown run. Wind is a little bit of a factor. Hanover Central has the wind at their backs here in the third quarter, and that has certainly helped Brower. That is his third kickoff that has gone in the end zone. He just booted one. And so he's kicking the ball with a little confidence, and, of course, that gives Brian Parker a little bit of confidence to trot his kicker out, trailing by 3 points in the third quarter of a playoff game. But Brower's up to the task. Kyle Brower leads the state in extra point attempts, and he is among the national leaders, as a matter of fact, in extra point attempts. Hasn't had a lot of chance to kick field goals with this Hanover Central offense, but he's certainly a reliable kicker and gets it done from 37 to tie. And again, Kyle Hazley finds a hole up the middle to put the Wildcats up by 7. Bombers get the ball back at about the 20, right at the 20. And again, their game plan has been to keep the ball on the ground. They have found some success, but it seems like they're trying to get the ball on the outside. The Hanover Central defense has made some adjustments. But again, Wildcats facing their first adversity, we would see how they would respond. That was a big question. They did not respond well in that first half, but so far so good for the Wildcats.
Has Rensselaer opened up at all in the passing game, or is it all strictly run?
The first pass that they attempt, they just do a flea flicker, and it is intercepted. Gannon Howes with an interception, just right on cue, Coach. Wayne asks, have they tried a pass attempt? And I said that I was about to say the first pass attempt for the Bombers will be their first this half, and sure enough, they go flea flicker, throw to the quarterback. And I don't know, was that the quarterback on the intended receiver? I saw the quarterback. He was looking for the ball. No, they throw an interception. So Hanover Central takes, again, good field position. Gannon Howes with the interception, his 7th of the season, and that will set the Wildcats up with 1st and 10 at the Bomber 43 with a 17-10 lead. 6:26 to go, third quarter.
All right. Thanks a lot, Kevin. Give us a call back when this Hanover or anybody scores.
You got it.
Okay, so let's try to get back to this. Steve, do you have a surprise so far?
Oh, yeah, I definitely do. Calumet and Boone Grove. Tom Maloney's going to like hearing this. It was a pretty big deficit at the time, at the beginning of the game. It was a, let me see, pulling up the stats here. It was 30-7 at the end of the first quarter in favor of Calumet. Since then, Boone Grove has trimmed it down to a 30-23 game here going into the half. So it's a one-score game. And, you know, in high school football, we often think of the running game, right, Wayne?
Yep.
This game's been all about the pass. I'm looking at stats here on Twitter, courtesy of Dave Funk. He says wide receivers having big days on both sides here. Boone Grove's Josh Oglesby, 5 catches for 115 yards, 3 touchdowns. Calumet's Terrell Caldwell, 5 catches for 152 yards and 2 touchdowns. And combined, Boone Grove with 199 passing yards and Calumet with 181 in the first half.
Wow, that is amazing. Who were the receiver that had 3 touchdown catches?
Josh Oglesby for Boone Grove.
All right.
And what's the score of that game?
30-23 Calumet at the half.
Do you know who gets the kickoff to start the second half?
I do not.
Okay, well, that'll be a very interesting game to follow. Yeah, I mean, I could see that going either way. I mean, especially if Boone Grove gets that second half kickoff, they could definitely go down the field and tie it up the way they've been playing.
Yeah, I mean, a scoreless second quarter there for Calumet. You would think a 23-point lead at the end of one for them. Do we think that maybe they kind of took their foot off the gas a little bit, looking ahead at their next opponent?
Boy, possibly? I wouldn't doubt it. Go ahead, Andrew. What are you going to say? Oh, okay. I would not doubt it. And, Oglesby has 3 touchdown catches. That means that Matt Rowland, I assume, is the quarterback, has 3 TD passes.
Yeah, one of them was a 29-yard pass on a 4th and 12 play, actually, that cut the score in half, the 30-15, because both these teams go for 2 often instead of kicking the 1-point PAT. So, I mean, it's been a good night for the Boone Grove offense. It's going to be interesting to see how they play in the second half.
Yeah, that really is. Andrew, do you have a surprise?
Well, that game that we were just talking about, that Boone Grove game, and then Hobart obviously is really imposing their will on Westside right now. And, you know, Ben was talking about earlier how he's surprised about that, same as me, where, you know, we thought that'd be a very close game coming down to the wire, but the Brickies are really showing that they have a team that could dominate a team that's been running the ball all over everybody so far this season.
I agree. I think that I thought that this would be a closer game, the West Side Hobart game, but Hobart has been, kind of showing their dominance here. A game that we probably haven't talked much about. Give me an update on Griffith and River Forest.
So at the half, it's 14-13 River Forest. This game started out 14-0 in favor of the Ingots. We getting accustomed to them getting out to the quick start, and Griffith, we've getting accustomed to them toward the end of the first half putting points together. So the scores for River Forest: Jose Alvarez a 2-yard score, and then Aiden Silver 62 yards on the ground. That ended the first quarter at 14-0 River Forest. Griffith then with 2 unanswered. Gary Quillen from 1 yard out, their quarterback, and then Carter Crow took an 8-yard scamper on the ground. Griffith missed the PAT there going into the half, so that's where we sit 14-13 River Forest.
I'm kind of surprised. I thought that River Forest, they started the season really well. Now they, got caught up with the Hanover Central loss and things like that. But Griffith is the one who struggled early and then started to make a little run towards the end.
It kind of seems like Griffith could be the Chesterton of the Greater South Shore. A team that's been in a lot of games but hasn't found the right ingredients to put it all together until late. So, that's something I kind of think of right now.
As you kind of look at, this is sectional 25. At the top of the sectional, you have Twin Lakes and West Lafayette. Have you had any scores there?
Yeah, I just got that. West Lafayette's a winner, 50-7 over Twin Lakes.
And then you've got Boone Grove or Calumet. I think, again, last week Calumet lost. They lost handily to Hanover Central. Now they start off well, but again, that defense for some reason. And when you look in the paper and you see the stat sheets, you look and see that Calumet tackles, sacks, interceptions are all in the top of those columns. And then you've got a quarterback in Markham who is leading the area in passing. And yet, for some reason, that defense is not stopping Boone Grove. Now, Boone Grove has improved, but that kind of surprises me also that Calumet hasn't opened up a better score on this one.
Yeah, we've seen that a couple times this season from Calumet in various points throughout the season. It's interesting, and Boone Grove finished second in their half of the Greater South Shore in the conference standing, so they're playing their best football of the season at the right time, so it's going to be a fun second half to watch.
Yeah, it really is, and unfortunately, the winner of that game gets West Lafayette.
Yep, that is never a fortuitous situation. West Lafayette is a juggernaut in the central part of the state there, and it looks like their momentum is continuing at this point.
Steve, did you get a score with Wheeler and Bremen?
I have not yet.
And how about Bishop Knoll Station?
No.
Okay.
I did get a score, though, for North Judson and South Newton at the half. It's 61-0 North Judson.
Wow.
61-6.
6. Wow.
Wayne, you were asking us what our surprises are. What's your biggest surprise so far tonight?
That's a tough one because I was not sure that Culver Academy had enough to beat Lowell tonight. The score right now is
14-7 at the half.
Yeah,
Culver.
so that 14-7, it kind of surprised me. I understand that Lowell's defensive backs probably are the weaker of the defense right now, and a team that can control throwing the pass might give them trouble, okay? But certainly this is going to be an excellent second half for both teams. Lowell, gets stronger as they go on in the second half. And I thought Gary said something about Culver's Academy's quarterbacks. One of them or something was out earlier in the day or something. But, they're leading at the half. So
right.
That's something unusual.
Something that I have noticed, and we mentioned this in the last segment, that these offenses that are unique, the ones that run the triple option, the ones that run the spreads, the ones that run the air it out. You will find success early until that defense settles in and sees what that offense is all about. And it appears right now that Lowell's defense is like, okay, they punched us here a couple times. Now we see how that ball's flying out of that quarterback's hands. Now we see what is provided by the running game. And they're in a position now where they say, okay, now let's go play football. You hit us with your best shot, we're going to hit you back with our best shot.
I agree, and that's what makes this so competitive in the second half.
Right. So, for me, I think that for my surprise at this point of the night, and we'll see how some of these second halves flesh out, is really how good Hobart is looking right now. I was expecting that game to be very tight. I know that Andrew has already mentioned that, and that we were kind of expecting that game to be a little maybe down to the wire. Hobart is really hitting their stride right now. They've been looking impressive for the last 5-6 weeks, and this is really good timing for them to be playing their best football.
And it's not just offense,
right?
Right. It's the defense holding Westside to 6 right now. And we've talked about Common J. Griffith-Thorell,
yeah, absolutely,
leading rusher in the area. They've obviously done something to bottle him up. And I don't know if Westside has a passing game, and maybe that's the reason. But Hobart's defense has stepped up. And remember last year, they got better and better and better as they moved through the sectional.
Right.
So...
and that's a sign of good coaching.
Yes.
Coach Osika is an excellent coach. He knows what he's doing. And I don't think going through, the history of me watching Hobart football, 90% of the time they have one of the best coaches in Northwest Indiana. And there's a reason for that. That tradition and that ability to continually improve going on. I mean, Hobart's a decent-sized community, and they have a lot of kids. They have a lot of talent. I wish they still played at the Bricky Bowl because that was the coolest place to watch a football game. But their new stadium is gorgeous. It's on turf, and they have a really beautiful football complex there. Hobart is a type of program that deserves and gets the respect here in Northwest Indiana. It is a very, very good program, and Coach Osika has got them moving in the right direction.
Absolutely. I mean, he's a former NFL player, and I just think that he brings that energy to the program, so he knows exactly what to look for at Hobart. And, I think he'll probably go down as one of their best coaches if he stays there long term.
What school did he go to in college?
Oh, I don't know.
Not
sure. Indiana.
No, he's an IU Hoosier, and he was excellent for them. He actually is. Him and Gary Graben have a budding, somewhat media coach friendship relationship going on, simply because Gary is an IU Hoosier as well. So is Joey Arredondo. I think I'm outnumbered here. We've got. I'm the only Purdue Boilermaker here left at the station, but he's been an excellent player. He's been a good ambassador for Northwest Indiana, for the region, and he's doing a really good job there.
And he does a good job. He's willing. Anytime you're, asking him for interviews and players to interview, he just does an excellent job of accommodating the media.
And that's what we like to do here on 89.1 FM or Lakeshore Public Television. We look for those people that want to interact with us, that want to help us out, because that is a big part of what we do. We want to put your young sons and daughters on air. We want to say their name. Oftentimes we say them incorrectly because I'm very terrible at pronunciation. But we want to give your kids the accolades, and it's great coaches like Coach Osika that give us that opportunity.
And like you said, we're not ESPN here.
No.
We want to highlight the kids on the field and their accomplishments. And that's why I really believe this program of Scoreboard, of PFR that used to be on here, this show on radio, is popular with the football community.
Absolutely.
Is because, people tune in and to hear the scores, no doubt about it, but also to hear their sons and the sons be called out and praised for the things that they do well.
Absolutely. So we've reached halftime here in Northwest Indiana for much of our games, and some of our games have actually gone final at this point. But since we're at halftime, we're going to go ahead and take our break here on 89.1 FM, The Lakeshore.
This is Game Night on 89.1 FM, The Lakeshore. Listener-supported public radio.
On the next Radio Lab, 2 mysteries. One in the water.
It's like a Tom Clancy international underwater spy thriller.
And the other of the water.
In the blink of an eye,
the lake snaps them shut.
It just freezes.
Suddenly turns to ice.
That's on the next Radio Lab.
Oh, scary.
Tune in Saturday afternoon at 1 and Sunday afternoon at 2 here on Lakeshore Public Radio.
As the UK was looking to turn a new leaf, a British tabloid live-streamed a head of lettuce against Prime Minister Liz Truss to see which would last longer.
The good thing about Britain is we like to laugh at our problems, and that is where the lettuce came in.
And the lettuce won. A conversation with the creator of this little gem on the next All Things Considered from NPR News.
Tune in at 4 p.m. for Weekend All Things Considered here on Lakeshore Public Radio.
Hi, this is Sheila from Helsingborg, Sweden, and I listen to Bullseye because they're less like interviews and more like great conversations.
I'm Jesse Thorne. This week, Steve-O, the bonkers stunt performer from movies and MTV, has a new memoir, plus Lil Mike and Funny Bone from Reservation Dogs. That's on the next Bullseye from MaximumFun.org and NPR.
Tune in Saturday night at 6 here on Lakeshore Public Radio, 89.1 FM.
Danny Shapiro's novel Signal Fires is about all the characters we are in a single lifetime, and maybe beyond.
We always carry our past with us. We always carry all the selves we've ever been, like a series of Russian dolls. They're always inside of us.
A talk with the author and all the latest news is American Near's midterm election, Saturday on Weekend Edition from NPR News.
Tune in at 7 a.m. for Weekend Edition here on Lakeshore Public Radio, 89.1 FM.
Maitri Ramakrishnan broke through on Netflix's Never Have I Ever. But for her, it's just the beginning.
My dream role is Rapunzel. Like, that is my dream role as a brown girl that has had her grandma put coconut oil in her hair since she was like a child.
Ramakrishnan's here to tell the trolls to chill because she's ready for her princess moment. On the next, It's Been a Minute from NPR.
Tune in Saturday morning at 9 and Sunday afternoon at 3 here on Lakeshore Public Radio.
This is Game Night on 89.1 FM, The Lakeshore. Listener-supported public radio. And now, the Game Night broadcast team.
All right, Ben Goldzinski back with Wayne Svetnoff here. Big breaking news in the college football world. Unanimously decided best football coach in the NCAA, Nick Saban, has announced his retirement. He will finish out this season as Alabama's head coach, and he will be retiring at the end of the year. So I figured that was worth a little bit of a mention here on this football show.
Oh, my God, that is huge.
It's a huge.
It's huge.
Loses one game at the final gun, and then all of a sudden says, I'm throwing up the boots, or I'm hanging up the boots. That's it, I'm done. So,
jeez, all you have to do is beat Tennessee and beat him, and
right.
He retires.
Right, it's funny how that works.
He's going to sell insurance or something.
I don't know. Aflac Insurance,
Aflac.
Right? No, but that's big news. So I figured that's worth saying. Before we get to Tim Hogan with an update of Wheeler versus Bremen, I want to say thank you to Palermo's of 63rd Street for taking care of the Game Night crew this evening. Palermo's is real Chicago pizza, serving this community since 1961. You can visit Palermo's of 63rd Street at 2893 East 81st Street in Maryville and Hobart, in between Home Depot and PetSmart. Again, Palermo's, excellent pizza. Thank you for everything you've done. And our phone lines have just exploded right now. So we're going to go ahead and take Tim Hogan here with an update of Wheeler versus Bremen. Tim, what's going on?
Well, first of all, Ben, you can't talk about pizza
before I'm coming on the air because now I'm hungry. So I'm going to let you and Wayne know that was wrong.
I'm sorry.
Anyway,
I'm sorry, Tim.
I forgive you. It's been first half was basically dominated by Bremen. They're up 14-0 at the end of the first half. In the third quarter, Bremen scored 2 touchdowns. Wheeler scored 2 touchdowns. They went back and forth the whole third quarter, and then Bremen has just scored about 8 minutes ago. They're up 35-14 with 1:30 left in the game.
What has been the key here for Bremen?
Bremen's got a little more diversity than we have. Caleb Klimczak has played probably his best game of the year at the quarterback position, so that gave us a fighting chance. But their diversity, their running tack is very good. They go both ways, inside and outside. Their quarterback's just good enough to keep the defense honest. I don't see Bremen beating LaVille or Andrean, but they'll give them a fight. But other than that, we've been one-dimensional the last couple weeks. We did move the ball well at times with Caleb, but they just got a little more than we can handle.
So, Tim, does Wheeler think they have it in them to come back here?
No. There's a minute left, and it's 35-14. They're driving right now, but I don't know. I don't see any clean jerseys out there, so I think Bremen still has their first defense in there.
Okay.
But no, the game will be over in a minute.
All right, Tim, can you do us a favor and give us a phone call when this game goes final, please?
Sure.
All right, thanks. And one more time, what is the score update?
It is 35-14 Bremen over Wheeler.
All right, thanks, Tim. We're going to move on from Tim and move on to Kevin Driscoll with an updated Hanover. Kevin, what's going on?
Well, we had an upset alert when Rensselaer Central led Hanover Central 10-7 at the half, but things took a turn in that third quarter. Hanover Central now leads 24-10 with 10:40 to go in the fourth quarter. Hanover Central outscores the Bombers 17-0 in the third quarter. Rensselaer held to 3 yards of offense in the third quarter. Dylan Bowen with a 38-yard punt return for a touchdown and a Kyle Hazley 39-yard touchdown run. And so Hanover Central turned the tide in this second half.
Kevin, it appears obviously that the momentum has shifted, but it also appears that they're doing it offensively, defensively, and on special teams. That's exactly what Hanover Central wants to do.
You had to wonder how was Hanover Central going to respond when they took a few punches, and they did not handle it well in the first half. Had some unsportsmanlike penalties. Had some personal fouls. A lot of discipline issues for Hanover Central. In fact, Rensselaer, the Bombers have 6 first downs tonight. 4 of them have come as a result of Wildcat penalties. So some things to clean up if the Wildcats can get out of here with a win. They will play the winner of River Forest and Griffith next week at the Wildcat Den. Hanover Central going to the ground right now. Kyle Hazley trying to keep the clock running. Hanover Central is in Bomber territory again with a 14-point lead, 10:24 to go in the fourth.
All right, Kevin, thank you for the update. We're looking forward to hearing more from you.
Call you when it's final.
All right, sounds good. Thank you, Kevin. We're going to go from Kevin Driscoll on to Gary Graben with an update. Gary, what's going on?
Crazy things happening out on Lake Maxinkuckee. The third quarter started, if you'll remember, with Culver Academy ahead 14-7. Lowell had the opening kickoff. They went 3 and out. They punted back to Culver Academy, who drove all the way down to the 26. They went for a 4th down play but were denied. So Lowell took over, and again, Lowell did very little, had to punt. A key moment was the next possession here for Culver. They were driving, they were down to the Lowell 30, and then a receiver and a cornerback went spilling out of bounds on the Culver side. A penalty flag came out, and it was called a personal foul against Culver.
Oh.
And the Culver coach blew up, and another flag came out. So instead of being at the 30, they were back in their own territory. Then on a 3rd down play, the quarterback for Culver, Michael McColgan, who's both been good but also been a little loose with the football, was in the backfield with pressure, and he fumbled the ball. It looked kind of halfway like a pass fumble. It was called a fumble. Lowell recovered and returned it down to the Culver Academy 13, and a couple plays later, a 10-yard touchdown run from Owen Thiel. Extra point good. It is 14-14 with 10:36 to play. in this game.
A whole lot of action going on there in that third quarter there.
Well, a lot of movement for Culver Academy, but they are not cashing in on these trips inside to Lowell territory. Lowell did very little offensively, but they were given a 13-yard field, and they took advantage of it. Basically, Owen Thiel running the same play that Riley Bank ran, where everybody goes one direction and he went the other, untouched into the end zone.
Has Culver kind of mixed it up, pass and run, or which is more dominant?
There's a little more run here in the second half. 3, 4, and 3 wide receiver sets that have been used. They have used the big fella, Eagle. Check my notes here. Ega Burton more with some runs. He also has played a tremendous game at linebacker. But again, Lowell has not done much offensively, but they find themselves even with 10 minutes to go. There has been an adjustment also from Lowell defensively. They're bringing a safety over on that tall wide receiver. But again, the way Culver's move the ball, you would think they still have a good chance to go down the field and make some noise, but they have yet to score here in the second half, and their turnovers have been critical in giving opportunities to Lowell.
You know, on the kickoffs and stuff like that, does either Lowell or Culver seem to have a pretty good kicker? Because this could come down to a field goal.
Yeah, we know that the kicker for Lowell is decent, Caden Britton. For Culver, a little tougher to tell, but the kicks have been run back, so we'll have to see. They obviously eschewed the 43-yard attempt, but 43 yards is pretty dicey for a high school kid.
Yeah.
So they haven't had a chance and don't know what's happening there.
Okay.
Yeah, it'll be very interesting to see. How's the wind? It's been
Actually, I'm getting an update. I'm going to ask you to put me on hold and come back.
Yeah, we'll go ahead and do that. Gary Graben, multitasking. He is our radio Superman here, and he's doing everything he needs to do for us and going above and beyond. So he's getting another update for us from one of his analysts out there. It seems like this game has gotten a little wild here. Tempers are starting to flare. You can't have that sort of thing going on in the playoffs. You have to keep yourself under control. Football is a game of controlled aggression. And when you have players get tangled up all the time, and maybe I didn't see the play. Obviously, I'm here in the studio. Should it have been both ways? I don't know. But the coach needs to be able to keep his head on. This is a one-score game. Now it's a tied game because of how those penalties played out. It appears to me that Culver has the opportunity to blow this game open. They've turned the ball over or have been in the red zone twice, and penalties have caused them to be pushed back, and they've not capitalized on this opportunity. The door is open for the Lowell Red Devils to come back and take this game.
And you know that the Culver coach has to be, thinking that the worst scenario for them is to let Lowell hang around and not really defeat them, but them lose it because of penalties and, things like that. They're there, like you said, in scoring position.
Right.
You need to put the ball in the end zone.
Yeah, you have to make sure that you are winning and losing the game on the field, and not on a penalties, referees call. They have been dominating for a big portion of this game, but not cashing in on it. Is Gary back or no?
Let's find out.
Gary, are you there for us?
Yes.
Gary, what's going on?
After the kickoff, following the when Lowell tied the game, Culver had a very sloppy possession with some penalties. Punted the ball back to Lowell. Lowell faced a 3rd and 21. How many of those do you convert in a season? A 3rd and 21. And Riley Bank, a 50-yard touchdown pass to Peyton Walker.
Wow.
Extra point good. It was 21-14 Lowell with 8:14 to go. And it was evident that this Lowell defense, the Culver defense was starting to creep up more and more toward the line of scrimmage. So it was inevitable that there was going to be a pass sometime over the top. very successful here to Braden Walker, putting the Red Devils ahead by a touchdown.
Brilliant play call by Coach there. Right now, Gary, it appears that Culver is in quicksand.
You could certainly say they're a little shook up here, that they are making a lot of mistakes. Again, the key play was that personal foul and then the unsportsmanlike on the coach, the two penalties that really moved Culver back and seems to have really pushed all the momentum to Lowell's side. Again, still 8-14, only down one, but Culver needs a little zen moment here to gather it together, because right now they're a little loose at the hinges.
All right, Gary, looking forward to hearing more from you as this game progresses. You got a fun one there.
Yes, sir.
All right, we'll go from Gary Graven to Tim Hogan with a final at Wheeler at Bremen. Tim, what's going on?
The final, Wheeler did score a late touchdown. Caleb Klemzak hit Justin Wiggins for a touchdown pass to make the final 35-21.
So 35-21. This unfortunately ends the season for Wheeler. Tim, what does Wheeler have to look forward to next year?
Well, they had quite a lot of seniors, 10, 12. I don't remember the exact number. So they lose a little bit, but they're young. It's the skilled positions. They're wide receivers, the quarterback. They're all either sophomores or freshmen. They started 2 freshmen on the offensive line. And I had a pretty good season this year. In the middle school, we went 7-1.
Okay.
Unfortunately, I'm not sending them up very much size.
Okay.
But they got some skill positions coming up there. So basically, they're going to need to get in the weight room and do what they need to do to get ready. The old saying, bigger, faster, stronger.
Right.
So if they do that, they could have a winning season next year.
So, Tim, like you said, if you lose some senior leadership, but a lot of your skill position players, a lot of your influential players are still young. I think that there could be a pretty bright future for the Wheeler Bearcats. I
agree, and I think that with the amount of guys they're losing, that'll obviously open up positions. But once again, the same problem we have every year at Wheeler. We need linemen.
Right.
Unfortunately, we got linemen. I always make the comment when we play KV. KV always comes out with that 220-pound fullback, and if he went to Wheeler, he'd be the right guard.
Right.
And once we get past that, we've got the players. We just got to get the dedication better.
And that comes with time, and I'm sure that Wheeler will continue to go forward, and like you said, get those players into the weight room and go forward and try to continue to improve. So, one last thing, Tim, do you have anything you want to add about the Wheeler Bearcats season, or anything you want to add to sign off here for the season?
Yeah, real quick, I'd just like to say that Wheeler came in 3-6. They could have easily just laid down and got to a running clock in the first half. They did not. They dropped down 14-0 at halftime. They never quit, and I'm really proud of these players for sticking in there and trying to make somewhat of a comeback. They ended up losing. They ended up tying the second half 21-21, and I give them a lot of credit for that. I give credit to the coaching staff and the players for sticking in there and trying their best.
Tim, I give you credit also, darn it. You do a great job for us reporting everything that, goes on down there, and you do a heck of a job with those kids at the junior high level, and, we really appreciate all you do for us on the Lakeshore.
Well, Wayne, thank you very much for the kind words, and when you're working with good people like I do at the school, and plus with you guys on the radio, it makes it so enjoyable. So I'm back at you with that, Wayne and Ben. I appreciate everything you do for sports. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. That's Tim Hogan, one of the best in the business. Thank you for everything you do. And unfortunately, Wheeler ends their season falling to Bremen in a tough first-round matchup for them. And so with that being
said, it was. They had a trip. They had to make a trip. That's no excuse, but they had to make the trip. And somebody's got to do it. Somebody's on the road. Somebody's at home. So
that's right.
That's the way it goes sometimes, but I think we'll be ready and we'll be better next year.
All right. Thank you, Tim. Excellent job this season. Looking forward to talking to you soon.
All right. Thanks, guys. Have a great day.
All right. You as well. All right. We're going to go ahead and take a break here on 89.1 FM, The Lakeshore.
This is Game Night on 89.1 FM, The Lakeshore, listener-supported public radio.
There are stories, Stories featuring people already passed away, revealing secrets they could not know. On the next Snap Judgment, for our All Hallowed Eve Spook Special, one man uncovers a different type of truth. Snap Judgment proudly presents The Rememberer. Do not miss it.
Saturday at 11 and Sunday at noon here on Lakeshore Public Radio, 89.1 FM.
I'm blind in one eye. I knew this since I was a child, but I did not tell anyone till I was 12. In my defense, I thought it was normal to be able to see with just one eye. Just like you can write with your right hand, you can see with your right eye.
Join us next time for more true stories told live on the Moth Radio Hour from PRX.
Tune in Saturday at noon and Sunday at 1 here on Lakeshore Public Radio, 89.1 FM.
Red Cloud Indian School is reckoning with its past.
There is pain in that history, and we don't deny that.
But some of that history is hidden in archives controlled by the Catholic Church.
We don't make those agreements publicly accessible. Those are internal documents.
Part 2 of Buried Secrets, America's Indian Boarding Schools, on the next Reveal.
Tune in Saturday afternoon at 2 and Sunday morning at 9 here on Lakeshore Public Radio.
On the next Radio Lab, 2 mysteries. One in the water.
It's like a Tom Clancy international underwater spy thriller.
And the other of the water.
In the blink of an eye,
The lake snaps them shut.
It just freezes.
Suddenly turns to ice.
That's on the next Radio Lab.
Oh, scary.
Tune in Saturday afternoon at 1 and Sunday afternoon at 2 here on Lakeshore Public Radio.
As the UK was looking to turn a new leaf, a British tabloid live-streamed a head of lettuce against Prime Minister Liz Truss to see which would last longer.
The good thing about Britain is we like to laugh at our problems, and that is where the lettuce came in.
And the lettuce won. A conversation with the creator of this little gem on the next All Things Considered from NPR News.
Tune in at 4 p.m. for Weekend All Things Considered here on Lakeshore Public Radio.
This is listener-supported public radio in Northwest Indiana. 89.1 FM, Lakeshore Public Radio. WLPR FM Lowell.
This is Game Night on 89.1 FM, The Lakeshore. Listener-supported public radio. And now, the Game Night broadcast team.
Ben Kolzinski back with Wayne Sventnoff, Andrew Johnson, and Steve Schmidt. We have had a lot of action tonight, and Gary Graben is giving us more action here with Lowell at Culver Military. Gary, what's going on out there?
After Lowell had taken the 21-14 lead, Culver moved down the field, but were stymied at about the 32-yard line. They faced a 4th and 2. It looked like instead of a run, they were actually going to try to pass, but and try to hit the big guy with a short pass, but the ball slipped out of the quarterback's hand as he went up. It was recovered by a Culver running back, but he only gained 1 yard, so the ball went over on downs to Lowell. So now Lowell has the ball with 4 minutes and 32 seconds to play, up 7, trying to run this last 4 minutes out.
This is exactly what the Lowell Red Devils want. They want the ball in a 6-minute offense, and this is their time to shine. Their goal right now is to eat up all the timeouts for Culver Military.
I think we're gonna see a lot of Riley Bank here. So we'll see what happens. But certainly the way Lowell wanted things to go here over the last 12 minutes.
Well, that may be what Lowell wants, but right. I want a 3 to 5 overtime. So
yeah, okay. Only if you're bringing Palermo's.
Well, the bottom line is that I expect to see a lot of running the ball, obviously, and they got to do what they got to do and just get this game over with. I think that Lowell has caught Culver Military, on their heels here in the second half, and it's really been fortuitous for them.
It sure has. Guys, I'm going to let you go. I'm going to get the end of this game and call you guys back.
All right. Thanks, Gary Graben. We appreciate it. Looking forward to hearing from you. So with that being said, there's a lot of action going on in Northwest Indiana. We're going to go ahead and get a scoreboard update with Steve Schmidt.
And now, your Game Night scoreboard update.
Well, what's up, Lakeshore Game Night? Steve Schmidt here. Let's see how your favorite team's doing here in Week 1 of the sectional. 4A Sectional 17, Lowell at Culver Academy. You just heard it from Gary. 21-14, Lowell has the lead in the fourth quarter. Kankakee Valley at New Prairie, fourth quarter. New Prairie has a 34-6 lead. Marshall Kamichek, their quarterback, has 3 touchdowns total tonight, 2 on the ground and 1 through the air. Westside at Hobart at the end of 3. It's still 31-6. Hobart, Trey Gibson with 3 touchdowns on the ground for the Brickies. Highland at EC Central, last update was 15-0. Highland back in the first quarter. 3A Sectional 25, Boone Grove at Calumet. This has been a fun one to keep track of tonight. At the end of 3, Calumet's up in this one 38-30, but at one point Calumet had a 30-7 lead, but Boone Grove's potent offense with Mark Rowland to Josh Oglesby through the air has been the answer for Boone Grove. That's going to be a fun one to keep track of in the fourth. Griffith at River Forest at the end of 3. Griffith has taken a 21-14 lead. River Forest got the first 2 scores of the night on a Jose Alvarez 2-yard touchdown run and a 62-yard run by Aiden Silver. The scores for the Panthers were a Gary Quillen 1-yard touchdown run and a Carter Crow 8-yard score that made it a 14-13 game at the half. And the score that gave Griffith the lead was a 15-yard pass from Quillen to Connor Cervantes. Hanover Central at Rensselaer Central. Fourth quarter, Hanover is up in this one 31-0. Kyle Hazley with a 15-yard touchdown run and a 39-yard touchdown run. 2A Sectional 33. This is a game that's gone final between Whiting and LaVille. LaVille's a winner tonight, 51-6. They will host Andrean next week. Wheeler at Bremen. You heard this one from Tim. Bremen's a winner tonight, 35-21 over the Bearcats. 1A Sectional 41, Bowman Academy at South Central. South Central has a 20-12 lead. Aaron Hogan, 2 touchdowns for the Satellites. North Judson at South Newton at the half. That was the last update, and it was a 61-6 lead in favor of the Blue Jays. Additional games we're keeping track of tonight. Twin Lakes at West Lafayette has gone final. West Lafayette's a winner, 50-7. North Newton at Culver, 50-8. Culver Community's a winner. And Caston at West Central. West Central the winner tonight, 28-6. Ben and Wayne, back to you.
Thank you, Steve. We appreciate the update. Obviously, this Lowell and Culver game is going down to the wire. Lowell is in a position that they are trying to run the 6-minute offense, drain some of that clock. Lowell is they're in position to win this game. They took kind of a zigzag route to get there, but this is the finish that we were kind of looking for.
Yeah, I really think that at this point, Culver has made too many mistakes. And when you get to this point in your season, you should have this refined by this particular point.
All right. Speaking of this game, we've got an update from Gary Graben. Gary, what's going on at Lowell versus Culver Military?
When last we spoke, we were looking at Lowell to run the clock out. Lowell faced with an interesting situation, a 4th and 1 at the Culver 47.
Ooh.
What do you do, Coach?
Well, at 4th and 1, you got to go for it.
Ooh, midfield. I don't know. I got to disagree with you on that one. I think you punt that ball away, try to pin them deep.
Well, Lowell went for it, and a gaping hole on the right side, and Owen Thiel, 47 yards later, was looking at the pylon.
All right.
And I am the coach.
Yeah, that's why he was a professional coach, and me, I'm just a prognosticator. So, extra
point was missed. It is 27-14 Lowell with 1:39 to go. Unbelievable how this, for 3 quarters, this was, well, for a half, it was certainly Culver's game. In the third quarter, it was kind of nobody's game. And then this last 12 minutes, if it weren't for bad luck, they'd have no luck at all, is what they're singing at Culver, because it has just been everything wrong, penalties, mistakes, fumbles, and Lowell has been given the chance to take this game, and they have stepped up now with a 2-touchdown lead.
And who do you think, or what do you think, was the deciding factor other than Culver mental mistakes?
Well, I think, one of the things we know about Lowell, they don't just hurry up and panic when things don't go their way.
Oh, yeah. Good point.
They know that they are meant to be a running team. And so when they get down, they don't just all of a sudden pass 3 downs in a row. It's just not the way they ever have been at Lowell, even before Keith Kilmer was the coach. It's just not Lowell football. And so being in a position where you are still calm, you know what you do well, you take advantage of some breaks, you create some things. And one of the things interesting here in the second half, Lowell switched on, you don't see this every day, they switched from a 4-3 defense to a 3-4.
That makes
because
sense.
They wanted more linebackers to drop into that little coverage area where the short passes were going.
That's actually a very good call, and it's really hard to change your defensive philosophy up for 1 week.
Sure, and again, I mean, this is just, again, for years we talk about Lowell doesn't do everything, but what they do well.
Right.
And they are well coached, and it's a deep coaching staff with a lot of experienced coaches there, but they are just not going to be forced to do things they don't want to do, and they're going to trust the process. And it looks like, even though this was dangerously close to the waterfall, it looks like they have paddled to safe water.
Gary, do you know where Lowell will travel if they win this game? Will they go to New Prairie, or are they at home?
They are at home. It'll be New Prairie at Lowell next week.
Right, so that is not insignificant, that travel. I know last year they did the same scenario happened.
Mm-hmm.
New Prairie did go down to Lowell, and New Prairie actually upended the Red Devils in the Inferno. It'll be very interesting to see if they hold on, how this game would be next week.
Yeah, so that game at Lowell, and then the bottom half of the bracket would be Hobart at Highland.
Oh, fair enough. So we could be on a collision course between potentially Lowell versus Hobart for the sectional title, or, I mean, obviously there's plenty of different avenues that can go, but we can have multiple region teams playing each other, so that's a good thing.
New Prairie certainly is still the favorite against Lowell next week, but there will be something different, especially defensively, from Lowell next week than there was in the first matchup, because this is where the defense makes those adjustments. The offense doesn't make a ton of adjustments, but the defense does.
And defense wins championships, you know.
Wait, I got to write that down.
I've heard that somewhere. I don't know who said it. I mean, but some wise guy has said that before.
You know, it's right next to Rensselaer is Rensselaer.
Speaking of defenses win championships, we have to retract a statement that we made earlier. Through, I did a little bit of searching a little bit ago, and the Nick Saban rumor is not official.
Oh, no.
ESPN has not confirmed it, and somebody tweeted that somebody hacked the account that it was tweeted on. It's a verified account, but it hasn't tweeted in over 2 years.
Huh. So, Gary, I don't know if you heard, there is a rumor that Nick Saban, who is the vaunted coach for Alabama, was a little fed up after losing to Tennessee, and he decided to retire at the end of the year. So this might just be some internet slander afoot.
Wow. I didn't expect that on game night.
I know. Nope. I tell you what. I mean, but when Alabama talks, you got to listen.
Yep.
That's absolutely the tide rolls. Lowell, by the way, has just sacked the quarterback from Culver and taken the ball back over with 1:01 to go. So and they're out of timeouts. So 2 knees and a ride back down Route 8 or 10 or whatever you guys said it is.
Route 10, and good for Lowell. This was a very hard-fought victory for them. I think this will help them next week against a tough opponent.
It sure does, and we talked about it with Hanover. I think Hanover definitely needed a game like this. Sometimes these things, again, just put you in different situations that you haven't been in. But, again, we know Lowell is not a panic team, and, again, they know their rival next week. A very tough team coming to town, but there'll be something in place to somehow cause a little confusion.
There's always something. That's why you have defensive coordinators, right?
That is correct, and that's why Rensselaer is Rensselaer.
That's right. Exactly right. So, Gary, how about this? Give us a call when this game goes final, and we will continue this conversation.
All right, sounds good.
All right, thank you much. That's Gary Graben with the update of Lowell and Culver Military. So have we had an update recently on the Hanover-Rensselaer game?
Yeah, it has just gone final. Hanover is a victor tonight, 38-10.
38-10. So that game, which was Hanover losing at halftime, ended up winning by multiple scores. So very, very impressive second half by Hanover. We knew they had it in them, but they had just never had to struggle at this point. This is the first game all season that wasn't a running clock.
They needed this game bad for their, to play a full 4-quarter game against a quality opponent in Rensselaer. They needed this game bad more than they thought they did.
Right, and now they know how it feels. They haven't had to do it all season. This is week 10. So 9 weeks of only playing 2 quarters of football, and of those 2 quarters, only about half of 1 quarter was stressful. So it's a good thing for Hanover Central to get a hard-fought, duke it out, get bloody nose type victory. That is what Hanover Central really needed.
To make another Rocky reference, they were kind of going through opponents like Clubber Lang. One shot to knock their opponent down, but tonight they finally found somebody that could actually take it to them, and they came out on top again.
And that's good. It's good to see these young kids respond and young kids grow and mature as athletes. You don't become a superstar athlete without getting some adversity. And, they haven't had much adversity this year, so now that they've seen some, all right, here we are. So good for Hanover there. And speaking of adversity, Lowell has seen some.
Yeah, they really have. It is a situation where I'm really pleased. I mean, it wasn't just a Riley Bank tonight. They had other diversity, but also, like you said, Lowell just does not panic.
No, right.
And those are teams that win games in sectionals.
And you can't panic. Lowell knows what they're doing. They haven't changed what they've done in a long, long time. And you just get out there, hit someone, run the ball, and good things will happen. And all of a sudden, they're in a position where the running game is just dominating so much that the defense for Culver Academy sold out to crouch up, into the box, put 8, 10, 12 in the box. You can't put 12. But you put all those players in the box.
Those Valparaiso players.
I was never real good at math, so I figured, anyways. So they put all the players they could in the box, stop that run, and then right over the top. Essentially what was the game-winning touchdown. Or actually, I think that one was a tying touchdown, but the momentum was there at that point, and then it was off to the races for the Lowell Red Devils. So really impressed by them this week. That is an excellent situation for the Red Devils.
Do we have a score on Griffith and River Forest?
Fourth quarter, Griffith is up 21-14. Griffith actually went to attempt a field goal to make it a 2-score game, and River Forest got through the line and blocked it. So it's still a 1-score game in the fourth quarter.
Oh, God. All right. That's another.
Yeah, very, very interesting dynamic there. Anytime you have games this time of season going down to 1 score, some excitement. I wish we had a correspondent at that game. It'd be nice to kind of get some eyes out there on the field. So that's pretty interesting.
I got another 1-score game for you here, Ben.
What you got?
The Calumet and Boone Grove game. So Calumet had a 38-30 lead at the end of the third quarter. Boone Grove scores Josh Oglesby again.
Oh, my gosh.
He gets his 5th touchdown of the night. What a night for the guy. They went for 2. It was incomplete, but there's still a lot of time to go. Calumet does have the ball, and let's see how this plays out.
That's upset.
What's the score in that one?
What's the score?
38-36 Calumet.
Oh, wow.
Calumet with the ball, but we'll see how that one goes. But a lot of action, a lot of excitement going on. We're going to go ahead and take a quick break on 89.1 FM, The Lakeshore.
This is Game Night on 89.1 FM, The Lakeshore, listener-supported public radio.
Hi, this is Sheila from Helsingborg, Sweden, and I listen to Bullseye because they're less like interviews and more like great conversations.
I'm Jesse Thorne. This week, Steve-O, the bonkers stunt performer from movies and MTV, has a new memoir, plus Lil Mike and Funny Bone from Reservation Dogs. That's on the next Bullseye from MaximumFun.org and NPR.
Tune in Saturday night at 6 here on Lakeshore Public Radio, 89.1 FM.
Danny Shapiro's novel Signal Fires is about all the characters we are in a single lifetime, and maybe beyond.
We always carry our past with us. We always carry all the selves we've ever been
like a series of Russian dolls. They're always inside of us.
A Talk with the Author and all the latest news is American Near's Midterm Election, Saturday on Weekend Edition from NPR News.
Tune in at 7 a.m. for Weekend Edition here on Lakeshore Public Radio, 89.1 FM.
Maitri Ramakrishnan broke through on Netflix's Never Have I Ever. But for her, it's just the beginning.
My dream role is Rapunzel. Like, that is my dream role as a brown girl that has had her grandma put coconut oil in her hair since she was like a child.
Ramakrishnan's here to tell the trolls to chill because she's ready for her princess moment. On the next, It's Been a Minute from NPR.
Tune in Saturday morning at 9 and Sunday afternoon at 3 here on Lakeshore Public Radio.
There are stories featuring people already passed away, revealing secrets they could not know. On the next Snap Judgment, for our All Hallowed Eve Spook Special, one man uncovers a different type of truth. Snap Judgment proudly presents The Rememberer. Do not miss it.
Saturday at 11 and Sunday at noon here on Lakeshore Public Radio, 89.1 FM.
I'm blind in one eye. I knew this since I was a child, but I did not tell anyone till I was 12. In my defense, I thought it was normal to be able to see with just one eye. Just like you can write with your right hand, you can see with your right eye.
Join us next time for more true stories told live on the Moth Radio Hour from PRX.
Tune in Saturday at noon and Sunday at 1 here on Lakeshore Public Radio, 89.1 FM.
This is Game Night on 89.1 FM, The Lakeshore. Listener-supported public radio. And now, the Game Night broadcast team.
Ben Kolodzinski back with Wayne Svetnoff, Andrew Johnson, and Steve Schmidt. Steve, you've got a little bit of an update from one of our games.
Yeah, Calumet Boone Grove game. Calumet has just now reached a fourth down, so they're going to be punting from their own 44. There's 2:53 left, so Boone Grove has their chance here, guys.
So Boone Grove is down 36-38 with the ball. With how much time left?
2:53, so after this punt, it'll probably be under 2:50.
So you're going to have an opportunity here for Boone Grove. This would be a tremendous upset for the Wolves.
The way this game's going, I think they're going to keep going. They're going to score. I feel it.
Well, their offense has been clicking. A young man has 5 touchdowns for Boone Grove. It was
Josh Oglesby.
Josh Oglesby. He has gone thermonuclear right now, and that's something that we were chatting about during break. That is what the stud on the field does when the game and it's going tough. You just hoist everybody, your teammates, up on your shoulder, and you go from there. So. So we've got a little bit of an update here. We've got an update from Kevin Driscoll here from Hanover Central. Kevin, what's going on out there?
Well, this one has gone final. Hanover Central advances to the second round of the Class 3A Sectional 25 with a 38-10 win over Rensselaer. You look at the scoreboard, 38-10. You think, that's about expected. But this one was an upset alert at the half. Hanover Central not only gave up their first touchdown of the season by their first team defense, but they were trailing 10-7 at the half. But a 31-0 second half puts this one away.
So, Kevin, what caused that momentum shift?
Defense. Hanover Central's defense makes some adjustments at the half. I just got down off the field talking to Coach Parker. I said, tell me about your second half adjustments. And he said, well, they didn't panic. That was the big one.
Right.
They ran into some adversity. They played what he called their worst half of football in 2 years. And he asked the defense to respond. And field position was a big part of this game in the second half. Rensselaer got the second half kickoff and then fumbled on their first possession. Hanover Central got the tying field goal from Kyle Brower, and that kind of set the tone right there. Rensselaer had 3 yards rushing in that third quarter, and Hanover Central was just off and running at that point. So the game kind of turned on the fact that Hanover had made their adjustments, and that one kind of just Kyle Hazley also with 3 second-half touchdowns on the ground. He ends up with 143 yards rushing, 3 touchdowns. And for Rensselaer, a valiant effort. Their season comes to an end at 5-5. Diego Hernandez-Reyes gets the first touchdown against the Hanover Central defense. He has the honor and privilege of bragging about that one. A nice-looking sophomore, too. 5'9", 135, quick, shifty back, and just a really fun running back to watch. And he also had an interception tonight for the Bombers.
So, Kevin, looking ahead, what does Hanover have next week?
Well, I was about to ask you the same question. Right? Last I had Griffith leading River Forest 21-14 with 9 minutes to go. Do you have an update on that?
Same score.
Same score. The time we don't know. That's the last update we have.
Well, of course. Now, if you were just looking at previous games, Hanover has running clocked both of those two teams. And Hanover Central will have a game at the Wildcat Den in the second round, the sectional semifinal. You know, of course, all eyes are looking at the other end of the bracket, where you have to assume if you're playing the Vegas odds on a Hanover Central and West Lafayette sectional 25 final. West Lafayette's good.
Oh yes, they won 61-6, I believe.
61-6 was the final.
No, West Lafayette.
50-7.
Oh, 50-7. My gosh, I'm thinking of the wrong score. That was the North Judson.
Much closer.
So I apologize for giving you incorrect information there, but it does appear that West Lafayette, and Hanover are on a collision course. So I think that we can't overlook next week, but it's definitely a circumstance where Hanover took a lump and they're working their way in the right direction.
I think that's a great assessment.
Kevin, for them going forward, what are, say, 3 things that you think that they need to improve before that matchup with West Lafayette?
Yeah, that is a great question. 3 things that Hanover Central should improve as they look forward to what hopes to be a deep run and hope to overtake West Lafayette for supremacy and this sectional. I would say the number one thing is they've got to clean up the penalties. Last week they had 12 penalties, 11 for Hanover Central this week, and 4 resulted in first downs, including a 2 unsportsmanlike and a personal foul. So I think that's a lot of discipline, and Coach Parker said that they need to clean up the discipline. Second of all is right now you've got a quarterback who was facing adversity for the first time, and Matt Kuntz was not sharp tonight. Threw 3 interceptions in that first half and seemed a little bit shaken. First time he's really been tested, didn't have as much time to throw, and he really ran into a well-coached defensive backfield that clearly had done tape on him. Third thing is I think their mental acuity has got to come into effect. That right now, to see them take some unsportsmanlike penalties when their back was against the wall, that's the mental part of the game that you've got to clean up. Can you take a punch and get back up instead of getting dirty? And Hanover did not handle that well tonight, at least in the first half. Second half, they certainly cleaned up.
All right, Kevin, one more time. What was the final here?
Final 38-10. Hanover Central advances to host the winner of River Forest and Griffith tonight.
All right, thanks, Kevin. Appreciate your updates. Awesome as always.
All right, good talking to you, and have a great rest of the show.
All right, before we get to Gary Graben, we're going to get an update here from Steve Schmidt on this game. What's going on, Steve?
Boone Grove is taking the lead over Calumet.
Boone Grove is taking the lead over Calumet. So what's the score right now?
Pending extra point right now.
Well,
what's the score now?
What's the score now? They're up by 4 at this point.
Right.
Okay. So interesting. Keep us up to speed on that. We're going to go ahead and pick up Gary Graben here with an update. Gary, what's going on?
Things have gone final here at Culver Academy. Again, a couple of knees for Lowell and the handshakes, 27-14. Again, the remarkable turn of events here late in the third quarter and throughout the fourth. And Lowell actually sort of cruises to a victory at the end after really struggling for 2.5 quarters.
So, Gary, it seems like Lowell really, really has found their momentum here in the second half. What do you think that's a credit to?
Well, I think, one of the things we've seen the last 2 weeks is it isn't just Riley Bank. The Owen Thiel contributions here are huge. Whether or not that was deliberate to kind of not showcase him more earlier and wait till the big game against Andrean last week and again tonight, I'm not sure. But Owen Thiel helping out where it's not just Riley having to take pounding after pounding has made a big difference. And then this Lowell defense made the adjustments today to really shut down the Culver Academy offense, which seemed at the start of the game like it was almost going to be unstoppable. So, again, adjustments made, especially on the defensive end. Some fortunate breaks for Lowell here, too, with some fumbles by Culver Academy. And in the end, it's a 13-point victory.
For me, Gary, from all the analysis that you've given us, it appears that the mental mistakes by Culver Academy about midway through the third quarter is when this game started shifting.
It did. In the first half, it was the first quarterback fumble for Culver Academy on the play where he was a little bit loose with the ball, described even a little more like a little showboaty with the ball, cost them the first turnover.
Oh, wow.
And then the penalty, the personal foul, and then the coach picking up an immediate unsportsmanlike, which means he went from 0 to 60 in just a few seconds, because usually on the football sideline there's a little leeway for coaches, and there was none here. It was flag for the first thing, some words, and another flag as fast as Wayne could eat baklava.
Oh, wow.
It is wow, that really turned the game around. And then there were more mistakes, again, from Culver Academy throughout. Again, I have a feeling Coach Kilmer would tell you that they're lucky to get out of there with this game tonight.
So what you're trying to say is words were said on the sideline, Gary.
Yeah, maybe a couple of really key words, magic words.
Some of the magic words. We'll just leave it at that.
Yeah, the magic words, because in my path, and you've been on a lot of those sidelines too, usually it takes the magic word.
Well, sure.
And, and sometimes not even that, but for it to happen this fast, it was kind of stunning.
Yeah.
But in the end, Lowell, a good team takes advantage of breaks, and Lowell took advantage of all of them tonight.
Yeah, so what did John Wooden always say? Luck is where opportunity meets preparation. I think that's what his old saying was. So
and he said Rensselaer is Rensselaer, I believe.
and defense wins championships. So
yeah, he was prolific.
He was, smart man. Even from beyond the grave, he's still dropping some wisdom nuggets on us. So Gary, going forward, what does this mean for Lowell?
Well, again, they're always a team in the playoffs that brings an A effort. They're going to be bringing all they can physically. They are not a offensively gifted team. They're not a pretty team even to watch this year. The immense respect I have for Riley Bank, having seen him play, is just remarkable on a kid that size playing against 4A teams and really bringing it every week. So, they're going to advance and play New Prairie next week, but it really is still going to be the same kind of low offense with a little more Owen feel probably than the first time they played where it was more Riley Bank. But on defense, there'll be some adjustments. But New Prairie has so many guys, it's just hard to account for them all with just a defensive scheme. And Lowell can't afford to have this be anything that's going up and down the field with a lot of scores, because that's not how Lowell is constructed.
Yeah, New Prairie has running back Noah Mungia. He is just absolutely tremendous. And for a big part of this season, he was one of the top rushers in the entire state. We know that Lowell has a good defense. They're going to have to figure out a way to stop this rushing offense, but also the throwing prowess of New Prairie as well. Oh, and also the ability to score against New Prairie. New Prairie is the number 6 team in 4A in Indiana, but all the other 5 are all south of here. So they are the cream of the crop right now in 4A. So having them in the Inferno is a good thing for Lowell. That gives them a good opportunity to pull the upset.
It's going to be packed next week. I mean, weather not being crazy, it's going to be packed on both sides next week. Everybody knows what's at stake. This is, again, when you lose to somebody early in the season and you get a second chance at them, always one of those great motivational factors. Coach doesn't have to say much when you've already lost to a team once. But, again, I think New Prairie brings so much to the table here. We're just going to have to see what Lowell can do. Correct me if I'm wrong, their only loss was to Penn. Is that correct?
That is correct. 21.
For New Prairie, so their only loss is to a 6A power. They've answered the bell 8 other times against teams in their weight class. So This is going to be very difficult for Lowell. But the one thing always when you go to a Lowell game, they never will stop competing. So we'll see if they have enough in the tank.
Gary, do you think that you may take the drive out to Lowell to see this one? And
yeah, that's a possibility. This also could be a game for our guy Chuck DeMoss. We'll have to work out what this is. The good news is it looks like we are going to have a correspondent at LaVille next week for the Andre and LaVille game, which is the key one to cover next week. Again, there's a lot of games next week that are intriguing. Obviously, Valpo, LaPorte, Chesterton, Michigan City are intriguing. Again, we'll see what happens where I might end up next week.
All right, so give us your thought about who should be game of the week. You got Andrain and LaVille, certainly going to be a great matchup there, but you also have Lowell and New Prairie.
I would say Andrain and LaVille, when you're talking about two teams, I know Andrain dropped a little after that loss last week to Lowell, but that is two teams that have legitimate chances to hoist the trophy in the Dome while I'm eating turkey.
That is true.
So I think that game, obviously, in terms for the station game of the week, that's a long way to go to LaVille, and it's out of our listening viewing area. But that, to me, is when you have a game in a sectional that could be the equivalent of a state championship game. That's where that stops for me. I mean, I'm impressed at what Lowell's doing, but we've seen New Prairie already handle Lowell once this year. And again, Lowell does not have a ton of weapons to combat that. So I think the intriguing part about Andrain and LaVille is that they both have tons of good athletes, and they both have had incredible seasons. So I think that's the game to circle, put an asterisk, and a smiley face next to for next week.
All right.
Thanks, Gary. One more time, what was the final score of this Lowell versus Culver game?
27-14, Lowell over Culver Academy. And again, as you just mentioned, they move on to host New Prairie next week.
All right, thanks, Gary. Looking forward to hearing you in about 20 minutes to close out the last half hour of the show.
Sounds good, fellas.
All right, thanks for everything, Gary. Appreciate it. All right, we're going to go ahead and take a quick break here on 89.1 FM, The Lakeshore.
This is Game Night on 89.1 FM, The Lakeshore, listener-supported public radio.
Native land, money, and unmarked graves on school grounds.
There is pain in that history, and we don't deny that.
Indian boarding schools on the next Reveal.
Tune in Saturday afternoon at 2 and Sunday morning at 9 here on Lakeshore Public Radio.
On the next Radio Lab, two mysteries. One in the water and the other of the water.
It just freezes.
Suddenly turns to ice.
That's on the next Radio Lab.
Tune in Saturday afternoon at 1 and Sunday afternoon at 2 here on Lakeshore Public Radio.
As the UK was looking to turn a new leaf, a British tabloid live-streamed a head of lettuce against Prime Minister Liz Truss to see which would last longer.
The good thing about Britain is we like to laugh at our problems, and that is where the lettuce came in.
And the lettuce won. A conversation with the creator of this little gem on the next All Things Considered from NPR News.
Tune in at 4 p.m. for Weekend All Things Considered here on Lakeshore Public Radio.
Hi, this is Sheila from Helsingborg, Sweden, and I listen to Bullseye because they're less like interviews and more like great conversations.
I'm Jesse Thorne. This week, Steve-O, the bonkers stunt performer from movies and MTV, has a new memoir, plus Lil Mike and Funny Bone from Reservation Dogs. That's on the next Bullseye from MaximumFun.org and NPR.
Tune in Saturday night at 6 here on Lakeshore Public Radio, 89.1 FM.
Danny Shapiro's novel Signal Fires is about all the characters we are in a single lifetime, and maybe beyond.
We always carry our past with us. We always carry all the selves we've ever been. Like a series of Russian dolls, they're always inside of us.
A talk with the author and all the latest news is American Near's Midterm Election, Saturday on Weekend Edition from NPR News.
Tune in at 7 a.m. for Weekend Edition here on Lakeshore Public Radio, 89.1 FM.
This is Game Night on 89.1 FM, The Lakeshore, listener-supported public radio. And now, the Game Night broadcast team.
All right, Ben Kozinski back here with Wayne Svetnoff, and we want to say a special thank you to Palermo's of 63rd Street for taking care of the Game Night crew this evening. Palermo's is real Chicago pizza, serving the community since 1961. You can visit Palermo's of 63rd Street at 2893 East 81st Street in Maryville and Hobart between Home Depot and PetSmart. Palermo's Pizza, fantastic. Thank you for everything that you do for us this
Boy, that pizza just went like crazy.
It flew.
We didn't even get to our break, and it was all gone.
It was gone.
And we want to thank NIPSCO. There's no doubt that they have supported us forever on the scoreboard show, on the PFR that was there, and certainly on the Lakeshore Public Radio here for Game Night. We want to thank NIPSCO for doing that. And remember, at 10:30, Ben and I and the lead for us,
our fearless leader.
Yes, Joe Arredondo will have the scoreboard show right here on Lakeshore Public TV. You can watch it either on Channel 17 if you have Dish, or Channel 56 if you have Comcast. It's at 10:30 to 11. We'll have all the highlights. We'll have discussion of what happened tonight, and we'll talk a little bit about maybe the sectional for week 2 of sectionals for our show. So that's Lakeshore Public Television scoreboard tonight. You can also hear it as a simulcast right here on 89.1 FM, The Lakeshore.
It's also on YouTube, and it's also on Facebook streamed. So plenty of ways to see Wayne and I's beautiful face, and Joe's as well. So we're looking forward to that. It's going to be an exciting show tonight, but a lot of action so far today. We are going to go to Steve Schmidt with a scoreboard update.
And now, your Game Night scoreboard update.
Well, what's up, Lakeshore Game Night? Steve Schmidt here. Just about all the games tonight in the region have gone final, so let's see how your favorite team did tonight. Starting off in 4A Sectional 17, Lowell on the road tonight at Culver Academy. Lowell takes the win tonight 27-14 to advance. Culver got the first 2 scores of the game, making 14-0 in the second quarter, but then it was all Lowell after that. Kankakee Valley at New Prairie. New Prairie moves on tonight 47-6. KV had the opening score on a 91-yard kickoff return by Lane Zander, but then New Prairie's offense took over between the Marshall Kamichek and Noah Mungia for the Cougars. Westside at Hobart. Hobart moves on 37-6 over Westside. Trey Gibson, 4 touchdowns on the ground tonight for the Brickies. Highland at EC Central. Highland's winner tonight to improve to 4-6 on the season, 55-0 over the Cardinals. 3A Sectional 25, Boone Grove at Calumet. Boone Grove has taken a 42-38 lead. Last update I saw on Twitter was it was under a minute to go, but Calumet was driving, so it's going to be a fun one to keep track of. Griffith at River Forest. Fourth quarter, Griffith has a 28-20 lead. At the end of the third quarter, it was 21-14 Griffith, but then River Forest answered by a 24-yard touchdown by Jose Alvarez. The extra point was no good, but then Griffith's Connor Crow had a 52-yard touchdown run to put the Panthers up by 8. Hanover Central at Rensselaer Central. Hanover improves to 10-0 on the season tonight, taking down the Bombers 38-10. Kyle Hazley with a good night, 2 touchdowns on the ground. 2A Sectional 33, Whiting at LaVille. LaVille wins tonight 51-6. They'll be hosting Andrean next week in a highly anticipated 2A matchup. Wheeler at Bremen. Bremen takes down the Bearcats tonight 35-21. Bishop Knoll at Lake Station. Lake Station was victorious tonight, and they'll be moving on in the playoffs. 1A Sectional 41. South Central takes down Bowman Academy 20-12. Aaron Hogan for the Satellites with a couple touchdowns on the ground. North Judson at South Newton. It was all Blue Jays tonight, 74-6 over the Rebels. Twin Lakes at West Lafayette. It was West Lafayette tonight, 50-7. Culver takes down North Newton, 50-8. And West Central over Caston, 28-6. Ben, back to you.
All right, thank you, Steve. My name is Ben Kolzinski. I'm here with Wayne Svetnoff, Andrew Johnson, and Steve Schmidt, winding out the last 15 minutes of our regular show, and then we're going to have Gary Graben joining us with Steve Schmidt and Andrew Johnson to close it out. In our last 15 minutes here, I'm going to go around the room. We're going to talk about what surprised us tonight. We're going to start off with Steve Schmidt. Steve, what you got?
Well, all night the big surprise has been Calumet and Boone Grove, and Calumet has just answered. 9 seconds to go. They're up 46-42.
So it looks like Calumet is going to squeak away with an opening round victory against the Boone Grove Wolves. How many seconds left?
9.
9 seconds left. So it's going to take a miraculous play, either on the kickoff return or some sort of play at the end of the game to come back for Boone Grove, but you really got to be impressed with Boone Grove and their fight here. Andrew, what is your surprise of the night?
I'm going to go with the same game. I mean, that has been the most exciting game to keep track of tonight. Obviously, it was impressive to see Hanover overcome the adversity that Rensselaer gave them and pull away at the end. But still, the most exciting game in that has got to be the Calumet-Boone Grove game.
Wayne, what do you got?
I agree. I am surprised that Boone Grove has played so well tonight. Josh Ogilvy certainly is going to be one of the players of the week.
Sure.
6 touchdowns tonight for Boone Grove, and yet Calumet wins this one 46-42. But presuming, yes, there's 9 seconds. That's right. But I think also Griffith coming on to beat River Forest, 28-20. I think that's not a final yet. It has gone final. It has gone final. So Griffith then will be playing Hanover Central at Hanover Central next week. But I really think that Griffith has made big strides. And we said at the beginning of the show here, Ben, that Griffith got some people back off of injury.
Right.
They started to get some confidence in the last couple of weeks, and now they go into the Tigers' den, or actually the Wildcats.
The Wildcats' den, right? For me, go ahead.
And last time they played each other, just to remind everybody, Hanover won 47-7.
So running clock. Hanover for the first time all season did not have a running clock today, but they have looked good throughout this year. For me, my surprise is not how well did this team almost did it. This game was too close. My surprise of the night is how good is the Hobart Bricky ball squad. They went out there and they took care of business. This was not a pushover West Side team. The West Side team has the number 1 running back in Northwest Indiana, and what was the final score for that? Was the Hobart game?
That was
38-7.
38-7.
36. Sorry,
36-7. So to win by 29 points against a team that had won 7 straight games. Is really impressive, and Gary Westside they are a good team. They play some weird opponents that because of scheduling difficulties in Northwest Indiana and some of their conferences and things along those lines. But the impressive part for me is Gary Westside is very good, and Hobart. They're getting it done through the air. They're getting it done on the ground, and they're getting it done on defense. They are really clicking on all cylinders. Look for Hobart to maybe do some damage in this 4A.
Hey, Gibson ends up again with 4 TDs.
Right.
I think he was a offensive player of the week for us, this week, and he had 4 TDs last time. That offensive line is opening up holes. Yeah. And Gibson is taking advantage.
He's running right through them. If you watched my Game of the Week segment earlier this week on Facebook and YouTube, I noted that this game was the battle of the 2 best running backs in Northwest Indiana. And maybe they are, maybe they're not. But I will say this much: statistically speaking, it's a situation where Kamajay Griffin Terrell has rushed for over 2,000 yards already this year. And then you have Trey Gibson, who I keep saying it, I keep reiterating it. It's become almost a cliche at this point. As Trey Gibson goes, the Hobart Brickies offense goes. Noah Elrick has Division I offers as quarterback, but you know what is setting up that pass, those passing opportunities, is Trey Gibson running the ball down opponents' throats. So I'm very impressed by the Hobart Brickies.
And you've got to give props to that offensive line.
Absolutely.
There's no way he's running that much and that successfully without those offensive linemen opening up holes week after week after week.
Right, and that's why the star running backs and the star quarterbacks got to go buy their linemen a steak on occasion and feed
That's
them.
right.
You know, maybe high schoolers can't afford a good steak, but they can afford a
Whopper
or something like that. A candy bar or something. But so it's been a really interesting night of football. I think that the Hanover game really tells us a lot about what Hanover is as a team. Hanover was down by 3 at halftime, 10-7, and they ended up scoring 28 straight at one point to end the game. I think that's what it was.
Sounds about right.
So it's a situation where we were all going to wonder, how is Hanover going to respond after steamrolling every team in front of them for the last 9 weeks, getting a running clock and just making sure that everything was just as dominant as possible. And all of a sudden, not only did they give up their starting off or defense gave up their first score of the entire year, they gave up 2 of them. And they were down in the first half, and then they came back roaring.
Yeah, like you said, this tells us a lot about this Hanover Central team. You know, we knew that they had a good first team, right? And then their second half team that would always come out there was just as good. So this is really setting up for Hanover Central for the next couple of years too. We have to keep that in mind.
Well, yeah, and they're going to be moving up a weight class here and going into a stronger conference. So it'll be interesting to see what they do against tougher competition. They're not going to steamroll these teams anymore. But what that tougher competition throughout the year does, it puts them in a better position to battle with a team like West Lafayette. They're more battle hardened. They're more calloused at that point of the season. And Wayne will tell you as a coach, Wayne, you need to play tough competition throughout the year because you're going to find it in the postseason.
That's right. There's no doubt. I don't care what sport it is. You want to play the best. And even if you're not successful early, it'll help you down the road. I'd like to know, Steve or Andrew, whoever could get this, how bad did West Lafayette beat Rensselaer during the year?
Give me a minute and I'll let you know. Notice I didn't say a second.
But you're right, Ben. Teams that schedule easy opponents oftentimes do not win state championships.
Absolutely. And you see that not just in football, you see it in other sports too. Just for reference, what is a high-powered college basketball team that is they're an excellent squad, but they play a weak schedule year in and year out is Gonzaga. Every year they are up there in the top 1, 2, or 3, and every year they're leaving the tournament prior to where they think they should because they get that 1 seed based upon weak competition, and you eventually hit that. Mm-hmm. Now, I mean, it's apples and oranges. It's different sports. You got college, you got high school. I'm kind of piecing 2 odd things together. But Hanover is going to benefit as a program going against some of this tougher competition.
Right.
It was 48-14 West Lafayette.
So, just looking down the road, if Hanover beats Griffith next week and they have West Lafayette who plays Calumet next week, basically West Lafayette kind of dominated Rensselaer. So Hanover has a huge test down the road.
Oh, sure.
Well, when you look at West Lafayette, sorry to cut you off there,
you're good.
The first 5 games for the West Lafayette defense, they allowed at least double digits. The last 5 weeks, including tonight's game against Twin Lakes, they haven't given up double digits. They gave up 0 to Benton Central, 6 to each Lewis Cass, Twin Lakes, and Western, and then 7 to Twin Lakes tonight.
So West Lafayette's recruiting some of the people.
Well, it's hard to tell, honestly. Were those double-digit scores coming up against the third-string, freshman backups that won't even play on Thursday, freshman games? Like, you don't know if they're putting in the deep reserves at that point in scoring.
Well, those games where they gave up the double digits was to either schools that were higher than them in weight class.
Okay.
And those teams they're actually really solid teams. Like West Lafayette Harrison's a team that could go down and play in the state championship.
Okay.
Lafayette Central Catholic, which is technically a step down in 2A, but we know that Lafayette Central Catholic's always a tough team.
Okay.
And just teams above their weight class, technically.
Okay. So, that's an excellent point there, Steve. But we'll see. Again, West Lafayette is a program that is continuing to improve throughout the year. They're putting some things together here on defense. But I will say this much. I know that Hanover has not seen a team like West Lafayette to this point. No. Just like some of these teams haven't seen some of these Fort Wayne schools that they'll probably meet up with in regionals or semi-state. New Prairie coming in and taking care of KB. Now, I think they played earlier in the year. Did they? No, they didn't. But they did play last year, I believe, at one point in the tournament. So you've got these teams, these powerhouse teams coming in from other conferences and other parts of the state. They're going to cause some trouble for these local teams. But the bottom line is you just keep going out there and you win. Upsets happen. You just got to keep getting after it.
I agree.
Alrighty then. So we are reaching the 10 o'clock hour, and just wanted to go around the room here. And before Wayne and I go get pretty and getting our hair and makeup for television, I want to go around the room and say one last thought for everybody here. We're going to start with Andrew. Andrew, what is your one last thought here for this Friday night?
Exciting night, right for next week. Ready to see the 6 and the 5A schools get started because, we all know that they're the bigger schools, so they get a lot of more press coverage than a couple of the other guys. But honestly, it's just always fun to watch those guys play. As much as fun tonight was, next week will be even better.
Yeah, you have a circumstance where some of these more well-known teams here, a lot of teams that have, I hate to put it this way, but the name brand value, and a lot of local teams, because we got a lot of local 5A teams and 6A teams, and as well as a 4A team that had a bye week this week, fortuitously for them. Those are some of the name brand teams in Northwest Indiana. Not to say that these teams aren't. We had Hobart, we've had, Wheeler, we've had, Lord Judson, Lowell. Like these are name brand teams, but it's going to be interesting to see how some of these bigger schools and see what kind of excitement we have next week. Steve, what is your last thought for the evening?
How about the Griffith Panthers? 4-5 on the season coming into tonight's game, taking down 6-3 River Forest. Griffith, nice win. Yes. Being down 14 at the end of the first quarter, I'm not going to say things look grim, but they weren't looking promising. Right. So they just played their brand of football.
Has anyone ever been to a game at Griffith in this room?
Yes.
Yes. It is a very unique place. Mm-hmm. The colors, the houses on the backside there, the beautiful school on one side. It is one of the quintessential places to be watching a football game. I really like Griffith.
And they redid their field a couple of years ago, and I've ridden past it while biking on the Erie Lackawanna Trail, and the field looks even nicer than it used to.
Yes, it does. So
running through that panther and blow up the
the old
but
boneyard.
They're playing at Hanover next week.
Yeah.
The old boneyard.
They do play at Hanover next week, but Wayne, what is your final thought for the night?
Well, the final thought is when I first looked at the sectionals, and 6 and 5 didn't play tonight.
Right.
Okay, so certainly we're going to cover many of the games there, but I'm looking at 4 and 3 sectionals. The smaller schools may be being more competitive in the first week.
Sure.
In the first week.
Sure.
It just kind of looks like, next week Crown Point plays Portage. Lake Central is at West Lafayette. Lafayette Jeff.
Okay,
Lafayette Jeff. Munster at Maryville, and then Hammond Central at Hammond Morton. So, those are going to be good games. I'm interested to see how Maryville bounces back. But, Lowell and New Prairie.
Oh, man.
And Drayen and Loville.
Oh, yeah. We got some good football going on. And for me, I'm going to echo your sentiment. I'm going to ducktail off you there, Wade. So these are the smaller schools in Northwest Indiana, but there was so much fun action here tonight, and a lot of games that got done early because of the rushing offense, the pounding it up and down the field. You saw gutty performances by Hobart. You saw gutty performances by Lowell, and some of these teams that are going to be a situation where let's just get after it and do what Northwest Indiana does, is win football games. So good on them. We're looking forward to seeing what happens next week. Everybody, in 1/2 hour, join us on television. And Steve Schmidt, Gary Graben, and Andrew Johnson are going to close us out for the next half hour. My name is Ben Kolzinski for Wayne Svetnoff. Thank you much.
This is Game Night on 89.1 FM, The Lakeshore, listener-supported public radio.
Maitri Ramakrishnan